You know what I was watching now?
Actually, no, I don't.
Clips from like all these Steven Seagal movies. He claims that
Hard to kill.
He claims that he's the real martial artist, and that Van Damme and these other guys are not. What do you think? What do you think about that?
I know. I really wish all these guys would stop talking shit. You know, it's really a shame. I mean, I think they're all martial artists in their own right. You know, it's like it's really ugly.
Yeah.
When they do that, like I don't understand why they need to. Everybody has such a big mouth.
Well, no. Somebody asked him about Van Damme, and he's just like, "Are you laughing in my face?"
I don't know. I guess like Van Damme, maybe he didn't know. Like I know that Van Damme, he did karate competitions in Belgium.
Yeah.
So he competed. You know, he has. You know, I don't know. I mean, like it's hard to say. I guess maybe sometimes you stop practicing, or you don't like continue the art, right? Like you know, he would practice like punching and kicking and stuff like that, you know, for the movies, but not like continued with the art itself. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what Seagal meant, because Seagal, he does his Aikido all the time.
Yeah, he's actually, I was watching his stuff. It's actually very good.
Yeah, but you know, it's like I'm scared. I'm always scared to bring up like, oh, what do you think about this guy? What do you think about that guy? Like when you talk to any martial artist, I never even bring it up, because you know you're gonna hear like 5 hours. Oh, that guy's not a martial artist, and this guy's a real, you know. The only way to really know. You see, people shouldn't say that, because the only way to really know is the way they found out in the old days. I'll give you an example. The guy who taught Morwai Waishiba, he was the founder of Aikido.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who taught him was a guy named Takeda Sekaka, I believe.
Okay.
I didn't make that up. That's his name. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me just make sure. He's like basically.
Hold on. Takeda. What did you say? Sekaka? Takeda Sokaku.
So is that right?
He's like Lahavdil, they're kind of their Rebbe.
Yeah, right, that's right. Sokaku, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy, he would go around and challenge all the other, you know, masters to a fight, and then they would fight, and whoever wins, sometimes they would die, sometimes they would take them years to recover from these fights.
Yeah.
That's how they established who the best martial artist is. So that, you know, because they understood it was pointless to talk, and it was him, and he was 4'11".
Yeah. Wow.
But he had like forearms, like as like I don't know, as thick as freaking pineapples.
Yeah. I'm looking at his picture now.
This is not a dude you want to mess with.
He was like the if Miyagi was like a real person.
Dude, Miyagi, he would rip Miyagi to shreds.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the last guy that you want to fight. This is a guy who spent most of his life fighting motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like, and not just regular bums, like the best martial artists in Japan and who knows where else.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you could look at his face. Look at his face.
Yeah, he looks like
jaw. He has like a square jaw.
He doesn't look happy. He looks like a Japanese bred bear.
I know. And he also, it's funny, like, I saw a picture of him where he was wearing like a bowler hat. You know, like a European bowler hat.
I'm looking at it now.
He was a badass dude, like for real though, not like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, so like you had some of these characters that you wouldn't want to. I mean, you wouldn't want to get on their bad side.
You want to see him in the streets. He will hurt you, in the words of Eddie Murphy. He will hurt you if you get you alone. Huge people. Well, he's not so huge. That's like when me and my dad, every time we watch like football, we see these like linebackers, you know, the African American gentlemen. We just say, huge people. If they get you alone.
He is not wrong. So, but basically, yeah, man. You know what he did? I remember reading about this. So Waishiba, when he was a kid, he was looking for the best people to train with, right? He wanted to learn. So he found this guy, and Waishiba, he was the son of somebody who was like semi-wealthy, although they lived, I think they lived on Hokkaido.
Hokkaido,
it's one of the Japanese islands, but it's like, the boonies. You know what I mean? Like, it's the least populated, I think.
Yeah.
So I don't remember how this guy got there, but so Waishiba, as a kid, he tracked him down, and he said, "Come on, I'll put you up at my father's house. Okay, I'll take care of you. Everything will be taken care of for you. Laundry, food, everything. Just teach me." And he did. So you know what he made him do? He made him hang from a tree branch for hours.
That sounds like the thing. You have that scene with Van Damme when he made him like, in a split. Was that something else?
It's kind of something like that, but this is like, the point of doing that was because, the grip is everything.
Right.
If you got like a weak grip, you're not gonna, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's your bread and butter.
Yeah.
You gotta be able to grab, and, so this guy, Waishiba, was so dedicated, he would wake up 2 o'clock in the morning to massage this guy's feet. These people were crazy. These people were fanatics. Like, when they learned, that's why they reached, like, supernatural levels.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, I don't get, like, Japanese religion very well. But Waishiba...
You're talking about Shinto?
This is not Shinto. This is a different religion.
Okay.
Where I don't know if it's like modern or semi-modern or mixed with something else, but for some reason, their spiritual capital was Jerusalem.
What?
It wasn't Christianity, though.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I know. It was bizarre. I remember when I read that when I was 14.
Makuya. It's called Makuya. I'm going to read this. Based on the Tokyo Bible Seminary, is a religious movement in Japan, which was founded in 1948 by Ikuro Teshima. To grasp the inner truth of biblical religion, or the love of the Holy Spirit, as Teshima puts it, and extol his existential love by embodying it and living it according to the essence of Makuya's religious life. Makuya is the Japanese equivalent of the Hebrew word Mishkan, which refers to the Holy Tabernacle, the portable shrine where God and man encounter. This name aptly captures the basic religious orientation of the Makuyas, who emphasize the significance of the personal, ineffable encounter with the divine presence in everyday life.
Just a moment. I'm looking at it. It says, on leaving Hokkaido in 1919, Waishiba joined the Amoto Kyo movement. It's a Shinto sect in Ayabe, where he served as a martial arts instructor and opened his first dojo. So I want to look at Amoto Kyo movement.
How do you spell that?
Amoto means O-M-O-T-O.
Oh, Kyo. Okay. K-Y-O. Omoto. So that's something else. It's not what I'm talking about.
Amoto Kyo. Okay.
Founded in 1892 by Deguchi Nao.
Yeah.
But where does it talk about Jerusalem?
I was reading a book about it when I was 14. Let me see if I can do a
Let's see,
doctrine.
Doctrine is partly Omoto is partly polytheism, and they rather call all righteous gods, including the God who creates everything in the universe. Interesting. Okay. Blah blah blah. Body of God should be known. Blah blah blah. Force of God, Spirit of God. Blah blah blah. What the heck? Members of the Amoto believe in several kami. I guess this is like the gods. The most important, Uko Nito Kotachi. Amoto members also tend to recognize notable religious figures from other religions, or even notable non-religious figures as kami. For example, the creator of Esperanto, L.L. Zamenhof, is revered as a god. That's really weird.
So it says like in the Malto spiritual centers, they have two spiritual centers, both of them in Japan. But on the side over here, it says Polyglot Poem Festival Ethics. One second. The hell?
The only place I see Jerusalem is this Makuya. Ah, there you go. Speaking of 1973, listen to this. In 1967, when the Six-Day War broke out, Teshima wrote a telegram to the Makuya students in Israel. Stay as long as you can to help Israel. The students accordingly volunteered to aid Israel during the war. In 1973, when the Yom Kippur War broke out, the state of Japan supported Arab countries. What? Caving into an Arab oil embargo. I didn't know this. This diplomatic policy frustrated Teshima. Despite his serious illness, terminal cirrhosis, Teshima then organized with 3,000 of his adherents and campaigned for Israel in front of the National Diet building in Tokyo. It was the first pro-Israel demonstration ever held in Japan. The campaign received wide coverage in the press, radio, and television. However, it also worsened Teshima's illness, and he died 3 weeks later on Christmas Day, 1973. Teshima's name was inscribed twice on the Golden Book of the Jewish National Fund. Wow. Once in September 1967, in honor of his staunch support for Israel during the Six-Day War, and once in January 1974, honoring his passing. His unconditional love, devotion, and support for Israel that stemmed from his biblical faith to this day carried on by the members of the Makuya movement. The Jewish National Fund had planted a forest in memory of Teshima, located in the lower Galilee. It was named Makuya Forest. Wow, I didn't know any of this.
It's crazy, right? Neither did I. I never heard this before. But I'm telling you, there's somebody, I was reading about their religion, and I remember like the sentence. It said that Jerusalem is considered, one of, or the spiritual capital, or like this capital in spirit. It was somehow related. I don't understand. I mean, I think that they kind of study all religions. They're kind of like one of those.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Well, my friend,
either one of the spiritual capitals. I don't know.
I want to ask you.
Definitely, I'm not making this up. I saw it for sure.
No, I hear.
It stood out.
What I'll say is that I think we spoke about this. You know, the Shinto guys, they have those things that they wear on their heads.
Oh yeah, no, the Lost Tribe stuff for sure.
Which I think is very interesting. But
absolutely, there's nobody else in the world that does that except for those type of Shinto priests and Jews.
It's weird.
Boxes on your head with a strap. Like, you know.
But these are like they're spheres.
They're round, right? But still, it's like
what's it called?
The Shinto temples are constructed in their basic plan similar to the way the Beit HaMikdash was. You know, they have several layers. You know what I mean? You have that the outer wall, and then the inner wall, the holies, and then the Holy of Holies. They have that too.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's just Shinto, but there's a lot of similar. Whatever.
It's very interesting. But speaking of 73, man, you know, I heard these legends. Supposedly, allegedly, you know, Israel was surprised during the Yom Kippur War. And I heard legends that basically there were like, you know, when there's like Arab tanks almost about to roll into Tel Aviv, they basically turned around because of angels? I don't know. Or Shedim, or angels, or I don't know. I don't know what. Did you hear about this?
Yes, I did.
See, they have, there's a website, I mean, this is like it's Ma'oz Israel. It's unfortunately a Messianic Jewish organization, but they have a whole article about miracles of the Yom Kippur War.
I'm sure we could find some other place. Let me do a quick Googles.
Let's see.
Angels in Yom Kippur War.
There you go.
Okay, Yeah, Mo's Israel. That's the first hit, obviously.
Yeah.
Um,
Here. Here you go. The Sign in the Sky in 1973. This is from some website. I don't know. It's like a UK website.
okay.
It goes. A Sign in the Sky in 1973. I've quoted reports of supernatural intervention related to the 48 and 67 wars. A similar overruling seems the only explanation for 1973 Yom Kippur deliverance. Yom Kippur is a major Jewish festival in the autumn. It is a day of atonement. The Israeli army was on leave, and the invasion from all sides was a complete surprise. Lance Lambert, I don't know who this person is, informs us that something stopped the invasion. Yet the Israeli garrisons had only a few hundred men against Syria's massive tank attack. Syria had more tanks than Hitler's offensive against Russia. On the Golan Heights in northern Israel, on the 20-mile front, they had 1,200 tanks. Egypt had attacked from the southwest with 3,000 tanks, 2,000 heavy guns, 1,000 aircraft, and 600,000 men, according to a report to the UN.
Yeah, so you know how, by the way, you know how Amalek likes to downplay those miracles?
Yeah.
By being racist against Arabs.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're saying like, yeah, they had a lot of tanks, but look who's inside the tanks, just Arabs. They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Well, let's continue. Let's see what happened here. The Egyptians crossed the Suez Canal and drove on. The whole of central Israel was at their mercy, and only half an hour's drive away. Yet something stopped them. When the Syrians launched their attack in the north with 1,200 tanks, the Israeli Golan Brigade commander reported that he had only 2 tanks and 10 men on duty. Wave after wave of Syrian tanks bore down on them, but when only 1 mile away, within sight of the Lake of Galilee, they stopped. What stopped them? An Israeli captain without any religious belief said that he looked up into the sky and saw a great gray hand pressing down as if it were holding something back. These tremendous forces were held back until the Israelis could be called out of their synagogues to man their tanks. Then ensued what were described as the greatest tank battles in world history, greater even than the Battle of El Alamein in the Second World War. The Yom Kippur War was the first wholly technological war in Middle East history, in which 4,000 tanks of 900 batteries were thrown into action. Soviet Russia had organized a massive airlift of arms to Syria and Egypt. The great hand in the sky was a sign that God was holding back the forces until Israel was alerted to leave her Day of Atonement prayers and get back into action. Then, against all odds, the invaders were driven right back. They had expected to wipe out Israel, but they did not know that was impossible because God had told the prophet Amos concerning these latter days. I will restore the fortunes of my people Israel. I will plant them upon their land, and they shall never again be plucked out of the land which I have given them, said the Lord your God. That's Amos 9. Eliyahu and the angels. Well, do you believe in angels? Then there's some food for thought. In fact, I'm thinking of when an angel brought food to Eliyahu, he did it twice. Why? So this guy goes on to this whole thing about the Baal worship and Eliyahu and Navi and all these kind of things. So, what do you think, man? I mean, I hear a lot of these stories about 73.
About 73.
Yeah. You know, Israel almost lost the country, you know?
I heard the stories, honestly, I think I heard it about 67, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if it continued to happen in 73.
Yeah, even more so 73. So, you know, it's interesting, like we spoke about, one of our viewers talked about how, you know, they were saying that these...
By the way, this is episode 73.
Yes, correct. That's why I'm talking about it.
I'm just making sure. I thought it would have been a wonderful coincidence.
Yes, no. But this is all planned. This one is planned. But no, like
I have not. Honestly, that escaped me. I was thinking 73 because I think 73 is the gematria of Chachma.
That's cool.
Let's do that. I'm just going to do a quick calculation. Chachma is spelled. How does is it Het? Right? How do you spell Chachma?
Like wisdom? Here, let me see.
Yeah, man. Is it Het Chaf?
Hold on.
No, it's Chaf. Chaf Het. No, Het Chaf.
Het Vav Chaf Mem Che.
Well, I mean, the vav is, it's not, you don't normally see the vav.
Yeah.
I mean, that's Malay.
Yeah. Okay, so it's just het, chaf, mem, he.
Het vav. Okay, so 28, 68, 73.
Yeah.
Okay, chachma is loosely translated as wisdom, but it's the second sphera in the in the 10 sphirot. Okay.
What's funny is if I go to Google and I type in wisdom in English, and all the translations, some of the one is chachma, another one is bina, and another one is dat.
To what? To the word wisdom?
Yeah. So it's all three, chachma, bina, dat, like Chabad.
Yeah, they're related because they're all intellectual faculties of the soul, right? Mm-hmm. But I've heard, like, the best example, definition I've heard of chachma that makes the most sense to me is psychic intuition. And with technological examples, like, metaphors, we can say it's the ability to download. Mm-hmm. So imagine we're drawing a chart of the sphirot, which is the diagram of the human soul. Okay? So the way it starts off like this, you start with the crown first. You draw a crown. Just a crown hovering in the air, right? Like it's not sitting on anybody's head yet, but you draw the crown. The crown represents God's will. Okay? Then you start building the head underneath the crown. Okay, so you start with chachma, which is, it corresponds to the right side of the brain. And then bina corresponds to the left side of the brain, okay? So far you have a crown sitting on a head with a brain split in two, like everybody has, okay? Mm-hmm. So the right side of the brain is the ability to wirelessly download the information from the crown. Mm-hmm. That's where the instructions are. The instructions are located in the crown. It has to wirelessly transfer into the brain. Yeah. Okay? But, so chachma is drawing the information down, but bina is the first time you get like a thumbnail preview of what's there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then it continues to process as we move down into the sphere. We can talk about that another time. Yeah. By the way, I'd like to dedicate, I'd like for any positivity, any Torah that anybody absorbs from this podcast, to go through Refuah Shalema of my brother, Wolf, Zev, and Leah. And
also, Amen, and also Chaim Yosef Zev Ben Fega. I'm not going to say I'm saying the name. Amen. This is for his Refuah. He's in a tough spot.
And say Tehillim 77 for him.
Yes, say Tehillim 77 for him.
He's 76, so we say 77.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. That's interesting, right?
Yeah.
So
these angels.
I just want to say one of our viewers, wrote this whole kind of little bit of a diatribe in the comments section, talking about how these beings are.
I answered him.
I know you answered him. I'm just wondering for the audience. Like, you use the word jinn, which is basically shedding. So,
yes.
How do you differentiate between these guys and then basically? My God, what was that noise? These guys and then the guy, supposedly what helped, the Israeli army.
Well, okay, so I have a book here, okay, which was written by Bart Zadok. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's called Aliens, Angels, and Demons.
Not to be confused with Dan Brown.
No, not at all. Yeah. The Hebrew name of this book is Sefer HaChamosh. I think it's an acronym for HaChamosh. I don't know.
Who wrote this book?
Ariel Bart Zadok.
Oh, he wrote it. Okay, fine.
Yeah. Okay. So let's look into the table of contents for a moment. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see if that could be helpful. Okay. So I'm going to read I'm going to read these. Okay, so we have part 1, a glimpse to the secrets of Genesis, the rabbinic Kabbalistic teachings on extraterrestrial life forms. What are angels? Then we have telepathic communication with real angels.
I just want to say, this seems like a book that basically Fox News should like refer to if they're true journalists or anybody who's reporting on whatever's happening right now.
Okay, so we know we don't have true journalism, but I'm just grateful that they're reporting on what's happening. By the way, I learned about a new thing that happened.
Okay.
There's the USS Kircher something. I forgot the name of the ship. This happened in 2021. This is less than a year ago. You had two
USS
UFO
Kirchner.
thing.
USS Kirchner? No.
Is it? No, not the Kirchner. It's like where is it? Kircher, something like that.
Kearsarge? No? Kearsarge?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, that's the
Wasp class amphibious assault ship of U.S. Navy.
You and just like type in that name and just UFO, and then you're going to see something like it.
Here we go. U.S. Navy warship chased by two balls of light. Let's take a look at the video.
The size of cars, by the way. That's a. And by the way, before we continue, right?
Yes.
So this has been happening a lot. Okay, the famous one was in 2000. The one that was recently talked about was in 2019 when these 9 warships, American warships, were swarmed by like 30 or 40 pyramids that were flying around. There's video of this and an official Navy report. Okay, so these things, they couldn't kill them. If any plane, if there was a bee that flew in that restricted airspace, it would automatically be zapped.
Yeah.
They kill anything that comes next to them.
Yeah.
Okay? That means they couldn't do anything against these guys.
Yeah, I'm looking at the video now. Leaked video shows UFO flying around Navy warship near San Diego. It's crazy. These things.
What,
move.
They have video of it? I didn't see that.
Yeah. Actually, hold on. Yeah.
What does it look like?
Yeah, it's just.
It's not like a reenactment or something?
No. It's here. April 6th. This came out. This video about it came out a couple of days ago, and they have like. Actually, no. I'm sorry. This is already 2019. They're showing stuff, but the report is about.
It's night vision, right?
They don't have but they don't have video of that of this recent.
Right, I didn't see the video of the recent one, but the video you're looking at, that's one from 2019 where you see 3 pyramids.
Yeah.
That video came with a report by the observers on the ships.
Yeah.
That's how we know. I mean, you can kind of tell in the video that they're pyramids, but it was the eyewitness. Yeah. Thousands of people witnessed this anyway.
Yeah.
So
crazy.
That's happening regularly.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. Back to the contents here. Okay, so telepathic communication with real angels. Next, identifying the sons of God in chapter 6, the B'nai Elohim, right? Mm-hmm. And then was Babel a nuclear powered? Was the tower a station? Okay. The virtual reality of alien angels, angelic virtual reality, human visions. Okay. Secret of Hebron, Aden, the inner earth, and the real conspiracy of silence. That one's wild.
Interesting.
Okay, seeing voices, telepathic Torah, mind-to-mind connection, remote viewing, humanity before Adam.
This is all like chapters of this book?
Yeah.
Wow.
Humanity before Adam, a review of the pre-Adamic civilizations in Torah literature.
Crazy.
Okay, pre-Adamic civilizations, secrets of the Kabbalistic Shemitot.
Maybe I'll get this book now. Have it delivered.
Yeah. Just prepare to be frustrated. That's all.
Why?
Okay.
Why?
Just enjoy.
Okay.
Extraterrestrial man, Israel, and Torah, meaning we are the extraterrestrials. Okay,
it's like the typical Bartzadok stuff that you said, that he gives the information, then he kind of pulls back. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but you But you will learn tons of stuff you never could have imagined. So it's worth it.
Okay.
Angels and emotions, how to best serve God. Secrets of contacting the angel Raziel. Then we have Metatron, the secret soul of the Jewish Mashiach. What to expect when Mashiach comes. That one's good. Different kinds of angels and the master plan. Angelic dominion and human influences. Then we have the angelic watchers and our human big brother. That's because they were the Ishim angels who used to be like us before they ascended. And when we resurrect, after Mashiach comes, we're going to join them.
Interesting.
Be mindful. This is like the Chesed LaAvraham and people like that. Rabbi Azulai. Be mindful of the watchers, but fear not their coming agenda. Okay. Next, you're being watched. So what? That's okay. Conspiracy theories, and then them and their plan. Okay. Part 2. Non-extraterrestrial alien origins, angels and demons. Non-extraterrestrial alien origins. Okay. Then we have angels, guardian angels, the watchers, demons. You want to read about demons?
Let's do it.
168. Buckle up, folks. It's going to get nuts.
Let's do it.
Just kidding. It's not. This is just, he talks about the Torah sources. He throws in a couple of his rants and raves. And we're good. Okay. Demons. Okay. As mentioned earlier, Abba Benjamin said in the Talmud that if the eye could see Abba Benjamin, right? From the Gemara. He said that if the eye could see, we would go insane due to the numerous spirits among us. I must now be more precise and confess that Abba Benjamin was not talking about benign spirits. He was talking about malevolent ones, the Mazikim. They're responsible for causing harm to mankind. They are the ones whom we call demons. Like angelology, Judaism has extensive knowledge of demonology. Many texts have been written detailing whom the demons are, what their hierarchy is, and most importantly, how to recognize them. Jewish tradition has always differentiated between two different types of malevolent spirits. There are the demons that were created by God to be what they are, and then there is a second, more diabolical category. In Genesis, we read that, in Genesis chapter 6, we read that the B'nai Elohim, a race of angel known as the sons of God, descended to earth and corrupted themselves. These entities are the group that has become known as the fallen angels. Before I proceed, he has a whole chapter of them dedicated to that. Before I proceed to discuss the fallen angels, I must first discuss the topic of the original demons. Okay. In the Talmud, Avot, chapter 5, verse 6, it is stated that demons are one of the things that God created on the eve of the primordial first Shabbat. Legend says that because the Sabbath had come and God ceased from his works, these demons were left only partially created. Obviously, that, that's a midrashic statement. God, whatever God does is deliberate, but anyway. So, our sages report that these demons were left without bodies. This teaching introduces to us a problem. For the sages to say that these demons have no body, we would understand this to mean that they are non-corporeal, meaning non-physical entities, of a similar nature to angels. But this is far from the truth. Our sages have also taught something else most interesting about the nature of these demons. In Avot de Rabbi Natan, chapter 37, verse 3, it states that there are 6 known things about demons, 3 of which make them similar to angels, and 3 of which make them similar to humans. It is said that demons can fly about. They have access to knowledge of the future and travel around the world. Okay? It is also said that they can take on any appearance they so choose. They can see all, but are not seen. Okay? In all these ways, demons are similar to angels. Now, demons are similar to humans in that they eat and drink like humans, they sexually procreate like humans, and they die like humans. Now, this poses a problem to what is mentioned above. How can non-corporeal entities without physical bodies eat and drink, have sex and die? After all, death means separation of the soul from the body. So when the sages said that demons were left not completely created, they had a very profound teaching in mind that they hinted to us by saying that the demons have no bodies. So during their process of creation, the demons, similar to humans, started in embryonic form, okay, soul and a rudimentary body together. When the primordial Sabbath came, which was not so much a physical time as much as a level of evolutionary development, when the work of creation was considered complete, these demons were left with bodies which were not completely formed by what we would call, by human standards, not completely formed by human standards. Of course, they had some type of physical form. How else could they eat, drink, and have sex and die? It is just that their physical form is less complete than the physical form of mankind. This inferiority is something that angers them considerably. They have never forgiven God for this perceived injustice. To this day, these demons are jealous of mankind, and they hate us. They have continuously caused us all kinds of harm on an individual and a collective basis. This is why our sages call them the mazikin, those who cause harm.
Nizek and Mazik.
I'm sorry?
No, there's in the Talmud, there's the Nizek and the Mazik. The Nizek is the...
Yeah, right, the damagee and the damager. So, like angels, these demons appear and they disappear. They can know the future and they can get around. Yet they have appetites for food and for sex, and they can die. Their major activities are directed against their mortal enemy, mankind, whom they continue to deceive in innumerable ways. So Rabbi Yehuda Fatia of Yerushalayim, one of the greatest Kabbalists of the 20th century, he died in 1942, has written, by the way, he might have been responsible for stopping Rommel from getting into
this guy did
Israel.
This guy did exorcisms. This guy. It was Iraqi Kabbalist.
This is the real exorcist.
Yeah. Minchat Yehuda. If you want to read one of the scariest books,
commentary.
If you want to read one of the most scariest books of all time, like scarier than any thriller movie, read Minchat Yehuda.
I don't recommend reading this book.
I also don't recommend it, but I recommend it, but I don't recommend it.
No, I don't recommend it, and I don't recommend it. Okay,
you've read it, right?
I've read sections of it.
I got chills down my spine from this book.
I regret it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so one of the greatest Kabbalists of the 20th century, Rabbi Yehuda Fatia, he died in 1942. Okay, and he has written one of the most revelatory works of how these demons act today and deceive people in the most malicious ways. In his work, Minchat Yehuda, Rabbi Fatia enumerates a number of personal experiences which he witnessed, how demons appeared to people in dreams and while awake in all kinds of forms with the intent of deceiving. One second. My wife, she wrote a little post-it note that said pizza. My eyes popped open and I lost my train of thought for a second because pizza makes me lose my train of thought.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I apologize to the folks at home. Okay. Rabbi, I'm like a ninja turtle.
Yeah.
Rabbi Fatia enumerates a number of personal experiences which he witnessed how demons appeared to people in dreams and while awake in all kinds of forms with the intent of deceiving them for some unknown devious purpose. Rabbi Fatia was an expert in exposing these demons and casting them out. He has recorded the procedures for doing these things in his work. One other additional point should be mentioned. The sages have taught in the Talmud and Midrash that the place where these mazikin demons reside is in the subterranean depths under the earth. More on this subject will be discussed later. All right? Unfortunately, these Mazikin demons are not the only invisible enemies of mankind that inhabit the earth along with us. There are two other and more devastating forces. The first of these forces I have already mentioned above. These are the fallen angels.
Yeah.
And that's the next chapter. You want to read about them?
Yeah, please.
This is pretty important. Okay. All right. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 2, we read that the Bnei Elohim, the sons of God, saw the daughters of men, for they were good, and they took for themselves wives from any that they would choose. This is a most strange event. These Bnei Elohim are supposed to be non-corporeal angelic entities. Why would they want to become physical with all the limitations of consciousness in the physical and the limitations of their angelic abilities? Right? Most of all, what on earth would attract them to human women? In many ways, these angels are supposed to be far above the human on the physical evolutionary scale. For them to desire a human female is equivalent to a human wanting to marry a gorilla. So what on earth happened? Okay, so who are these Bnei Elohim? Yeah, according to some rabbis, the Bnei Elohim, this is the pshat, the Bnei Elohim are merely a reference to the sons of Shet, of Seth. Right? And the daughters of man are the daughters of Cain. Okay. But there are older traditions than those commentaries that say that. Okay? The Kabbalists understood this text very differently. For instance, the Zohar, the Balaturim, okay, and then we have Rabbi Yitzchak de Minako, and there's a lot of others. They teach that the Bnei Elohim is a reference to the fallen angels led by Shamhazai and Azael. Those are the two leaders of this angelic faction. The Zohar, when it comments on Ruth, on 92a, it teaches that the Bnei Elohim are the angels who rule the night, whatever that means. Elsewhere in the Zohar, you have ancient midrashic sources that quoted by the historian Josephus and others, as well as in works unearthed in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay? These Bnei Elohim angels are none other than the watcher angels mentioned in Daniel, of whom we have already spoken. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so Jewish tradition teaches us much about these angels and why they fell. It must be understood that the creation of the Adamic race was not met with overwhelming support from the heavenly angels. Living above time and space, they knew that Adam was destined to fall from his high stature and that God would forgive him. So to put it bluntly, this eventuality angered many of the angels. One of them, so what does that really mean? I think that because they are a part of, like, Elohim, right? Which is like, Elohim is the idea of pure law and order. You know what I mean? Like, they were from that mindset. They couldn't understand. They couldn't tolerate mercy. They couldn't, so they were not really understanding of Yud Hey Vav Hey. Like, angels don't know everything. They're limited beings too, you know? So,
yeah, for sure.
Anyway, so this was his attempt to, so one of them went so far as to cause the fall of Adam and Eve. Okay? So this was his attempt to prove to God that he was mistaken in creating man. So many of the angels approached the heavenly throne and boldly, if not foolishly, proclaimed, now check this is amazing. Quote, Lord, what is man that you know him? The Son of Man that you even think of him? That's actually a pasuk from Tehillim, chapter 144, verse 3. So David HaMelech includes that. That's the statement of the angels. He didn't come up with that. Anyway, so the Holy One, blessed be He, responded to those angels saying that if they were to descend into the physical realm upon earth, they would sin even more grievously than man. So you see that this earth thing was a big project that even the angels understood how important it was to God. Okay. So Shamzai and Azael and other angels, I think there are 200 of them, wanted to prove that God was wrong. They left their home in the spiritual abode. They abandoned their posts as watchers of the night, whatever that means.
Yeah.
They secretly descended to earth to prove a point. The only problem was that they were dreadfully mistaken. God was, of course, correct. The first thing that happened to these angels was that they experienced human lust.
Yeah.
Unable to overcome it, they cohabited with human women who bore superhuman children, whom the Bible in Genesis chapter 6 calls the Nephilim, the fallen ones.
Yeah.
It is these bastard children who caused the destruction of old earth by the waters of the flood. It's a Jewish tradition. He quotes a book called Yafei Einayim, commentating on Genesis, page 105. So that book teaches that Shamzai recognized his wrong decision. He was one of the leaders. And he repented, even though God has still not forgiven him. Azael, on the other hand, along with the other fallen watchers, joined the forces of the Mazikin, demons, and together continued to plague mankind. The Nephilim, as the Bible teaches, survived the flood and lasted until the days of Moshe. In the book, in Vayikra, in Numbers, Numbers is Bamidbar, right?
Yes.
Numbers is Bamidbar.
Yes.
Yeah. So in Bamidbar, chapter 13, verse 33, talks about that. Okay, physically, they were giants. The smallest of them were over 10 feet tall. And Goliath, who fought with young David, he was the last of his fallen race. Okay. The next section is Adam in the garden. Shall I continue?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So an interesting side note throughout Kabbalistic literature, referencing the Ben Ish Hai, his commentary on the Bereshit, in the name of the Arizal. So it has been taught that originally, in the Garden of Eden, Adam was not a physical being, as we know physical at all. He existed in a body of light, what today is referred to as the astral body. As a result of having eaten the fruit of the forbidden tree, did he descend and become encased in the crude physical matter of this world. By the way, his astral body, I believe, I've heard two references to it. You have the Haluka de Rabbanan and the Guf Dak.
Interesting. Okay.
That's apparently synonymous. Okay.
So what is the meaning of these words?
Well, the Guf means body, and the Dak means subtle.
Okay.
Okay. So apparently, this is still some sort of physicality to it. Just not, it's the most refined of physical substances where, relative to us, it's not physical at all. Right? But it's still technically somehow part of a siya.
Yeah.
Something like that. I'm not entirely sure. Okay. So our physical, let's see, here we go. Yeah, as a result of having eaten the fruit of the forbidden tree, did Adam descend and become encased in the crude physical matter of this world. This is the secret meaning of the verse in Genesis where it says that God gave them skins and he clothed them. These skins were bodies of flesh and blood. Okay? It wasn't actual clothing, it was flesh and blood on top of, encasing this astral body that they originally had. However, the sages continue and say that Adam's original body of flesh and blood, after the fall, it was still not like that of ours. It was even different. It was still different than what we are. Our physical stature is a result of the atmospheric changes that came about due to the flood. Before this time, before the flood, when people lived for almost 1,000 years, their physical statures were much, much larger. Jewish tradition teaches that Adam was a being of over 100 feet tall, and so was Cain and his descendants. Okay? So there's one more category of evil spirits to be covered before we can move on to our next discussion of the subterranean worlds. Okay? We must speak about the Nachash, the serpent in the Garden of Eden. Yet prior to discussing the evil serpent, I must discuss the origins of evil itself. All right. There's a lot of priors here, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's interesting.
The creation of evil. Yeah. This is it. This is what people need to know.
Yeah. Sure.
If the world was somewhat normal, this is what people should be learning all day, all night.
Yeah.
These particular issues, because it's in the news now. Okay. One of the most controversial teachings among the Kabbalists is understanding what God was doing before He created this world of ours. This world. In Bereshit Rabbah, chapter 3, verse 7, we are taught that prior to creating this world of ours, the Holy One, blessed be He, created other worlds, and then He destroyed them. The Kabbalists teach that there were 7 such creations prior to our own. These 7 worlds are referred to as the realms of chaos, Olam HaTohu. The secret lessons regarding these 7 worlds are hidden, encoded in the Torah, within the enumerations of the genealogy of the family of Esav in Genesis chapter 36, towards the end. It speaks there of the kings who reigned in the land of Edom before there was a king in Israel. These Edomite kings are a secret reference to those primordial worlds. Okay. So, it is said that these earlier creations did not properly receive the influx of God's divine light. Each world is said to have been a vessel that needed to be filled with God's light in order to live. The 7 worlds/vessels were not strong enough to receive God's light. Therefore, when the light did shine into them, the vessels being too weak, shattered, and were thus destroyed. It is from the broken pieces of these fallen vessels that came forth one of God's most mysterious creations, the creation of evil. Okay? The Bible, in Isaiah 45, verse 7.
Ezekiel 37, Zachary 14.
Zachary 14.
If you only knew.
By the way, hold on. Can I quickly read Zachary 14, verse 5?
Yeah, you can. Please do that.
Okay, because we keep talking about it. Zachary 14, verse 5.
If you only knew. If people only knew what is in this.
I will now let you know, and then you will know.
They would lose their minds.
I will tell you, and your mind will be lost. Okay, here's a quote. And the valley in the hills shall be stopped up. For the valley of the hills shall reach only to Azal. It shall be stopped up as it was stopped up as a result of the earthquake in the days of King Uzziah.
Interesting.
Of Yehuda. And then it says, and here's the end, and the Lord my God with all the holy beings will come to you. That's a reference to God, to God sending Mashiach with the armies of heaven. Okay? And then the Zohar has another statement about him, which I have to find it. Okay. So here we go. So back to the text here. Okay. So in the prophets, in Shayahu or Isaiah 45 verse 7, is quite clear that it is God Himself who created evil. Let's look it up. Let's see what he's talking about. Okay. Isaiah 45, verse 7.
By the way, while you're looking for that,
I found it.
Rabbi Manis Friedman released a series of videos called Why Are We Here?
Yeah.
And the latest one is entitled Why Are We Here? Why Are We Here? God's Intention for the Nations of the World. So I'm going to watch that after this. This is, I guess his son was running the podcast and people were asking him questions.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see what Rabbi Friedman says about what the heck God intends for us.
And I will watch it as well.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. So here we are in Isaiah chapter 45, verse 7, where God says, I form light and create darkness. I make weal and I create woe. I, the Lord, do all these things. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me see this in Hebrew because they're using Old English.
Yeah, yeah.
Stupid reason.
It's like Romeo and Juliet English.
Yeah. 45.
Ye old.
Okay. Yotzer or ubore choshev. Yotzer, I form light, ubore choshev, and create darkness. Interesting. Osei, I make shalom, peace, ubore, and create ra, evil. Ani, yud he vav he, ani Hashem, osei kol eila. I, God, make all of these. Okay, so the point is that God is making statements saying He creates everything, good and evil. Mm-hmm. Okay, so here we go. So in the Bible, in Isaiah 45, verse 7, like we just read, it's quite clear that it is God Himself who created evil. Our sages have revealed to us profound insight as to why God has done this. In the Zohar it is asked, what good is a torch during the daytime? What value has the righteousness if there is no possibility of wickedness? Where can there be room for reward and punishment if there is no opportunity to earn either one? How can mankind be said to have free will if he cannot willingly choose to receive God's blessing or to reject it? The purpose of God's creation of evil is clear. Something cannot exist outside of the context of its opposite. Mm-hmm. We would not know what good is unless we could compare it to bad. Yeah. We would not know love if there were no hate. We would not know day if there were no night. God's wisdom is truly profound. Evil had to exist so that good could exist in contrast to it. Yet in the beginning, the place of evil was outside of the soul of man. 1 second. Thank you. And this brings us to the Garden of Eden. Okay, I don't want to comment too much on what we just read, because I'm going to go off on a rant. Yeah. The serpent in the garden. The story of the Garden of Eden on the surface conceals more than it reveals. As with the entire Torah, each word and letter is a code revealing more information than can be provided by a simple translation. For this reason, the whole truth of what really happened in the Garden of Eden is known only by those who have mastered the Kabbalistic teachings. In Genesis chapter 2, we read that Adam was created in the design of God and then placed in the Garden of Eden so as to, quote, work it and watch over it. That's verse Pasuk 15, chapter 2. Adam, however, is alone. God chooses to make a helpmate for him. The result was the creation of Hava, of Eve. But not so fast. We are missing a very important point. In Genesis chapter 2, verse 18, God says He will create a helpmate for Adam. Mm-hmm. So we should expect that then verse 19, right, would immediately proceed to speak about the creation of Hava, of Eve. But it doesn't. Before creating Eve, God brings before Adam all the animals for him to give them names. By the way, that means every creature in the universe. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just for people. Okay? So this itself is a test of Adam's wisdom. For each animal already had a name. Okay? It was Adam's test to be able to physically look into each and every creation, to discern its true essence and then call it that, thus manifesting its name. Adam passed his test, yet verse 20 reveals something that most people overlook. Verse 20 says, this is, again, Genesis chapter 2. Verse 20 says, but Adam did not find a helpmate who was compatible to him. So it is clear that the purpose of bringing the animals before Adam was for him to choose from them a helpmate. Mm-hmm. While he did not find his true soulmate, our sages teach us that Adam did, however, find one of the animals.
Interesting.
Which was the highest created being next to man.
Huh.
It was to be his assistant.
Wait, Hava was one of... Wait. Hava was one of the animals?
No, dude, listen again.
Okay.
So it was clear that the purpose of bringing the animals before Adam was for him to choose from them a helpmate, right?
Interesting.
Now, while he did not find his true soulmate,
Gotcha, okay.
Our sages teach us that Adam did, however, find one of the animals, which was the highest created being next to man, to be his assistant. Remember, all the animals were created before Adam, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So he did, however, find one of the animals, which was the highest created being next to man, to be his assistant. Yeah. This was the serpent.
Yeah.
This is why in Genesis chapter 3 verse 1 he is to be found in the garden alongside of Adam and Eve. As is known in Jewish tradition and best summed up in Rabbi Yehuda Fatia's commentary to the Bible, Minchat Yehuda, the serpent before his sin was vastly different than what a serpent appears like today. By the way, all of these creatures were also like Adam. They were also
they stood up.
They weren't like physical, like as we know the creatures. Everything was downgraded after this point, after the sin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is not even the correct word, translation. It's chet, which is nothing to. It's not sin. It's like missing the mark, basically.
Chet means missing the target, right? Chet, which is usually translated as. So this whole thing of the sin of the tree of knowledge of good and evil in Hebrew is the hate priyadat, right? So it means the missing of the mark of the tree situation.
Or the sin of the spies, same thing.
Yeah. It means what that means is they were trying to accomplish something good and they missed the mark.
Yeah.
Okay. So. As is known in Jewish tradition, and best summed up in Rabbi Yehuda Fati's commentary to the Bible, Minchat Yehuda, the serpent before his sin was vastly different than what it is today. The serpent before the fall was humanoid. He stood erect, had 2 arms, 2 legs, was considered the most beautiful of the creatures, only being outdone by Adam himself. The Bible is also clear about 2 other points. Genesis chapter 3 verse 1 states that the serpent was very wise, and like Adam, he was a cut above the rest of the animals, and that he too could speak verbally. Due to the serpent's wise nature and his beautiful human-like appearance, Adam and Eve did not consider him a threat. The serpent was Adam's trusted assistant. Jewish tradition teaches us that it was the serpent that helped Adam with all the work in the garden. Remember, guys, the garden is the whole universe. Okay? But then along came Eve. It is interesting to note that the serpent did not originally attempt to deceive Adam. Right? It didn't start to have this conversation with Adam. It's very interesting to note exactly what the serpent said to Eve to get her to eat of the forbidden fruit. So before I comment on this topic, I wish to divert for just a moment to note an interesting observation. Okay?
This is Bartadov saying this.
Yeah, this is Bartadov. So, by the way, it is not clear how long Adam and the serpent went on had these adventures.
Interesting.
All over the universe. It could have been billions of years.
So what were...
it would be amazing to, it's written somewhere, that information is going to be available one day. The adventures of Adam and the Nachash.
Yeah.
I would read that. You wouldn't find me for a billion years. It would take me to read that.
It's like Goonies on steroids.
Are you kidding me? And, Chava is way, way, way later.
You know what? Do you know what pisses me off? Is that of all the people that you would think that who would be kind of on board with, being excited about the UFOs, Fox News are the people who are like the journalists on there. These people are Christians ostensibly,
Yeah.
evangelicals, whatever. I guess there's something in evangelical tradition that these people got it into their heads that these things are shedim. That these things are like, demons or something like that. They're like afraid. It's almost like they're afraid of them.
Some of them are. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Okay, like this abduction phenomenon. He has the chapter. He has a few chapters in his book that talk about that. Okay, so people associate UFOs with the abduction phenomenon.
Yeah.
But that's not necessarily the case.
It's almost like that woman who said, "I don't believe in them," with a giggly. It's almost like you can't really even fault her because it's almost like she's not saying she doesn't believe. She's saying she's like afraid of them.
I think she's just like scared to admit.
She's scared to know what this is. Yeah, that this is real.
I think she was just like but the thing is like this. She contradicted herself later in the interview.
Yeah, I know.
She says, I do believe in stuff like that.
And spirits and this.
There's spirits and things like that.
Yeah.
You know.
But that's what I mean. These people are Christians. They believe in the Holy Spirit. It's like, okay, so what's the problem?
I don't think that lady was a Christian. I just think that she was like, kind of like just a vapid, like regular lady.
Yeah. I feel like there's something that happened in Christianity where, if you ask any frum Jew, including like Soloveitchik had a whole treatise on this, right? But ask any frum Jew, forget about Soloveitchik. Is there a conflict between, just like if you ask them, is there a conflict between the Torah and dinosaurs? No. The answer is no. Is there a conflict between believing in the Torah, believing in UFOs? The answer, or extraterrestrials, let's say. The answer is no. I feel like Christianity has a mishigas about this. They're the ones that say, "Oh, the devil put those bones to confuse us." The dinosaur bones, or these are shadim. It's like Christianity has this like mishigas that feels like it's like threatened.
You know what's weird? That in some from communities they teach the same thing. They teach that there's similar ideas to fundamentalist Christians.
Yeah.
But the difference is like this. They teach that to people who are not scholars.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to alarm the people who are not going to have time or the ability to fully delve into the subject and understand it.
I.e. people without internet.
Well, no, but that's funny. That's very funny. So, but I don't know if that's the same reason for the Christians. I think the Christians actually just believe, the kindergarten version of it.
Yeah, no, with Christianity, it's a theological threat. It's not even kindergarten necessarily. It's just a theological threat.
I have some theories about that.
Okay.
So, it's very similar, or perhaps the same reason why the government and the so-called news media, the Sitra Achra, everything I just mentioned is the Sitra Achra, right?
Yeah.
Is concealing the reality of all this kind of stuff, right? Like, we have to get it through little leaks here and there that, you have these UFOs that were, like, not attacking, but they were kind of like, I don't know, swarming.
Yeah.
By the way, that occurrence in 2019 with the pyramids.
Yeah.
So in that video, there were 3 pyramids, but really there were 9 ships involved, all next to each other, and they were swarmed by 30 or 40 of these pyramids.
That's absolutely insane.
Okay? So, and guys, this is not hearsay. This is like officially released, and admitted to by the Navy, and it has a report. It's available. You can read it. Yeah. There's a little video. Anyway, so, because, people, somebody tuning in might think, like, what are these guys talking about? They're just talking about, are they wearing tinfoil hats? It was on the news.
Yeah.
Assholes.
Yeah.
All right? Anyway, so that whole thing, right, is the Sitra Achra.
Yeah.
what is the Sitra Achra? The Sitra Achra wants to cover over the truth.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the Sitra Achra department.
Yeah.
So I don't think that Christians, as people, as individuals, are part of the Sitra Achra. I think they're victims of it. And here's what I mean specifically. They could be some of the worst victims.
Mm-hmm.
Because they are misled into thinking that you can take a translation of the Torah and understand the Bible.
Yeah.
Okay? They are discouraged from reading it in its original language.
For sure.
They're not taught the importance of it. They're not taught the importance of grammar. All these kind of little things. If they had access to the real language and be able to read the Torah correctly according to the original language with the correct grammar laws and everything,
yeah,
they would have a completely different view of the world. Okay? And the people who are discouraging them from doing that obviously have an agenda.
Yeah.
The people who discourage them from doing that, part of the Sitra Achra department.
Yeah.
It's all the same people who are covering up all the best information. The information that could free people from this bondage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, the information is really there. If they would just get out of the way.
Yeah.
So, my little rant is now over. Would you like to hear about reptilians?
Yes, please. It's crazy.
Okay? Not David Icke reptilian.
Yeah, that's something else.
That guy looks like a reptilian.
Yeah, he's... These people are what they accuse others of being. That's exactly what,
Yeah, man. Dude, he says he's the Messiah. He says he's the Son of God and
what?
the Messiah.
What? David Icke? Really?
Yeah.
What?
Absolutely. Okay,
Interesting.
ready?
Okay.
Reptilian. The serpent, even though he was a humanoid appearance, and beautiful at that, was nonetheless still reptilian, meaning in his consciousness. He was a reptilian humanoid. Many extraterrestrials, right, are described in somewhat the same fashion, in like folklore and like, these, some of these, like in movies, right?
Mm-hmm.
This description has become so well known that it's become a part of popular culture when portraying enemy aliens invading Earth from outer space. Like V, remember V?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I also remember watching once a public television series on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs, according to Rabbi Yisrael Lifshitz Mishneh commentary, very famous, the Tiferet Yisrael. So there, Rabbi Yisrael Lifshitz, he says, maybe you're related to this guy, that they were created...
It's a very common last name. It's like Smith in Israel.
Right. So they were creatures... Let me say that again. Dinosaurs, according to Rabbi Lifshitz, were creatures in one of the 7 primordial worlds prior to our own. And this PBS special was a most peculiar segment. The question was asked, if the dinosaurs would have survived, what would they have looked like today? The show then presented a model of a reptilian humanoid, saying that this is what this being would have looked like today. Mm-hmm. I found that to be a most curious segment. Why would someone ask such a question in the first place? How did they come up to that conclusion that they did? And I cannot say that PBS was suggesting anything. I guess I just saw more into their investigation than most others would have.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that some of these creatures from the fallen worlds of the 7 kings did survive in corporeal form? Is it possible that there are advanced, highly intelligent reptilian beings? The answer to the second question is a definite yes. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Okay? There are spiritually highly advanced reptilian creatures. They are a race of angels called... Do you think you can guess this? We talk about them every day in davening. The seraphim.
Seraphim. Yeah.
The holy dragons.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
As mentioned, by Maimonides, the rationalist.
That's crazy.
Can I take a 2-minute pee break?
You can.
All right. You want to entertain the folks at home
Or
with your lovely singing?
I could just pause it.
All right, you can do that too. All right. Give me a moment.
Sure. All right. You were saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Just a moment. Okay, here we go. So though the name Seraph connotes fire and burning, the name clearly also refers to the Hebrew word for reptile, which is seraph.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually a few different words. That's one of them for reptile. Okay? But, you can kind of hear it. Seraph, serpent, like the English word serpent, like syrup.
Yeah.
So, can we postulate and say then that these seraphim angels are really evolved dinosaurs?
Could be.
Now, I wouldn't be so fast to jump to those conclusions. So God still has a number of secrets hidden in his treasure chests of Torah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there were holy remnants from the primordial worlds of the Edomite kings.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? We still do not know everything. Okay. All that can be said is that Jewish tradition teaches us that the dismembered head of Esav was buried in the cave of Machpelah in Hebron, which is the burial cave of Adam and Eve, Avraham and Sarah, Yitzhak and Rivka, Yaakov and Leah. Okay, this special cave is said to be the interdimensional vortex that leads back to the Garden of Eden. The Zohar teaches that more than Jerusalem, Hebron is actually the center of the world.
Mm-hmm.
The importance of Hebron does not seem to be known only to the rabbis and Kabbalists. Robert K.G. Temple, in his book, The Serious Mystery, it's written in 1976, it also asks some interesting questions regarding its importance to the ancient northern Semitic Hittite tribes who were in Hebron in the days of the biblical patriarch Avraham, like Ephron, right? He was a Hittite. It's funny that, like, in Ghostbusters, the Hittites, they worship Gozer, according to... They're actually mentioned in the movie.
That's funny.
Yeah. Okay. So using historical and archaeological data, Temple shows that the Hittite people were not indigenous to the Hebron area. He ascertains that they had come to Hebron on a quote-unquote divine mission to safeguard it because it was known as a powerful oracle center. Unlike the Zohar, Temple, however, claims the spirits of the oracle are really extraterrestrials. Okay. Another interesting point that Temple mentions is that the Hittite oracles involved the use of severed human heads and the magical element that they claimed was to be found within them. By the way, Lavan and a lot of people at this time, they had teraphim. Remember that? It was written in the text. It's even Rachel, she stole all of them from her father.
Wait, what do they have? I'm sorry.
Teraphim.
Okay. Interesting.
Like, look it up. What did Rachel... Hang on. What did Rachel steal from her father Lavan that he was looking for when he was pursuing them? Remember? He couldn't find them only because she put them underneath her saddle. You remember that?
I'm looking. Yeah, the teraphim. Interesting.
Can you find a definition? They were shrunken heads of firstborn children.
What the heck?
Yeah.
let's see. Rachel takes teraphim belonging to her father and claims that she cannot get up because she is menstruating. When Lavan comes looking for them. From this, it can be deduced that they were small, perhaps 12 to 14 inches, 30 to 35 centimeters. Her exact motive in doing so is subject to controversy amongst the commentators. Some argue that she took the teraphim in order to her father, not of idolatrous paraphernalia, while others explain that she wanted to use them for them herself.
No.
Others say it was at the direction of her husband Jacob.
No.
Wait, hold on a second. But what are these?
Are you reading? That's not a Jewish article.
No, it's not. Just give me a second. Household goods, it just says. Household gods, I'm sorry. Household gods. It's like Avodah Zarah.
Yeah. So this was taught to Lavan by the fallen angels, by the way.
Yeah.
So, okay, so basically, just back to the text.
Yeah, it's like little, I'm looking at it like in the museum, they have like teraphim. In these Bible museums, they have like these little Avodah Zarah things.
They actually have real teraphim?
Yeah, like these little Avodah Zarah things. These little statuettes.
No, teraphim were actually like shrunken heads.
Some of them are shrunken heads, and some of them are like the statuettes.
Okay.
I'm just looking at this. Yeah.
Okay, so Temple mentions that the Hittite oracles involved the use of severed human heads and the magical element that they claimed was to be found within them. And and I learned elsewhere that these were, I think it was from Rabbi Pinson actually, that these were the heads of firstborn children. He also references the rabbinic story regarding Esav's head being buried there. By the way, also Esav also being a firstborn, right? What you might ask, does this have to do with dinosaurs and angels? Right? We're just talking about that. So the answer to this lies in Judaism's understanding of the significance of having Esav's head buried alongside the body of his father Yitzhak. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so according to Kabbalistic teachings, which just means Torah, not all of what was created in the worlds prior to our own was evil. Not everything from Olam HaTohu was evil.
Yeah.
Okay, some of it was, so that which was not evil was not destroyed. Okay? There was a remnant, the best of it was spared. The best is always referred to as the head. Esav, Edom, right? Yaakov's evil twin brother, is also the symbolic name given to the primordial worlds of evil prior to there being the world of good, which is described in the Torah as a king in Israel, right? So the head of Esav resting in the bosom of Yitzhak means that there were survivors from the ancient worlds, and that they too are holy. Were the survivors of the pre-Adamic civilizations, the kings of Edom, transformed into the seraphim angels? Then he goes on to say, I have no source that I can quote to validate such a statement. Therefore, I cannot confirm or deny this speculation. Whether Esav's head is physically buried in Hebron or whether it is just a symbolic legend, I also cannot be factually ascertained. I've actually heard that that's literal. What I can say is this. It is known throughout the Bible, Talmud, and Zohar that evil always attempts to imitate good and masquerade as it.
Yeah.
In this way, evil deceives people by making them believe what they are doing is good. This fraud is what happened to Eve, and what happened still today with people being taken in the deceptive cults. Okay, so I just wanted to say that the speculation, right?
Yeah.
I don't want people to get confused. So it's definitely not a speculation that there were survivors from the previous epochs, the previous cycles of time, before our universe was created. Okay? He's never seen a source that says that those survivors became the seraphim angels. Okay, that's all he's saying. So we have seraphim angels, and we have survivors, and there is like connection between them, but are they them is the question, which he never saw. He doesn't know everything, by the way.
Yeah.
Like there might be something out there. Okay, so the next chapter is called the Holy Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Any interest?
Yes, please.
Okay, this one actually has an awesome series of quotes. Wow. Okay, here. The serpent in the Garden of Eden, from its origins, was evil? That doesn't make sense. The serpent was possessed by the spirit of the accuser angel, Samael. He was and is very wise. He disguised himself in a form of holiness so as to deceive Adam and Eve. Originally, the image of the reptile was something holy. The dragon is the quintessential holy animal. To this day, the Teli, the holy dragon, right?
Yeah.
The Teli are mentioned in Sefer Yetzirah.
Yeah.
Right? This day, the Teli, the holy dragon, is the abode of the holy Ishim angels. The Ishim angels. With this insight, the passage quoted above will begin to make sense. Here it is again. This is a quote from Rabbi Menachem Tziyuni, from Sefer Tziyuni, which was written like 600 years ago. The ministers of the zodiac, this is a quote, the ministers of the zodiac that reside in the air, these are the princes of the Teli, the dragons. The reason that they are called the princes of the Teli is because to these princes of the Teli belongs the leadership over all the hosts above, meaning all the stars and all the heavens. By their mouths, all the spheres of heaven go forth, and by their mouths, all the spheres of heaven stay still. In the language of our sages, this is called the Nachrash Bria, the fleeing serpent. Mm-hmm. And it's also known as the Aklaton, the winding Ouroboros. It's like that symbol of the snake, like the circle snake, like biting its own tail.
Yeah.
The astrologers call it the tail of the dragon, or the head of the dragon, meaning good and evil. Because the head is good and the tail is evil. Right? So these princes are the souls of the spheres, for each sphere vibrates. Each has a separate intelligence that guides it in accordance to the secret of the emanation of the name that radiates upon it, the name of God that creates it. Yeah. The princes of the Teli themselves are influenced from the angels above them. The ones that are above them are the four princes above, the angels of the Merkava. Mm-hmm. This is from Rabbi Menachem Tziyuni, Sefer Tziyuni on the Torah, and with his commentary on Parshat Acharei. Okay. Okay, so 1 second. Okay, so Samael used the holy image of the dragon and disguised himself as the serpent. Not fearing the holy image and not knowing evil, Adam and Eve were deceived. Remember, they didn't have a Yetzer Hara.
Yeah.
To this very day, in most cultures worldwide, with the exception of the Chinese and the Kabbalists, the dragon is still viewed as a symbol of evil. Meaning, everybody besides the Chinese and the Kabbalists, or like the Asian and the Kabbalists, to everybody else, a dragon is a symbol of evil since the time of the tree incident. Yeah. Even the Talmud in Avodah Zarah, which is the volume that talks about pagan idolatry and how to avoid it, right? Yeah. So on page 42 on the B side, in Avodah Zarah, it states that the image of the dragon is idolatrous. Its original form in holiness has been forgotten due to the deception done by using its visage. Mm-hmm. I can continue reading.
Yeah, please.
All right. So, by the way, I would like to return a little bit to cinema symbolism.
We should, yeah.
Okay. Because people need to, that's the archetypes. Okay, yeah. So that's how you're being hypnotized.
Yep.
Anyway, so the fall. Okay, so the next one is called the fall of man. before we continue, I wanted to see if you were interested. There's another chapter here, which is in an earlier part of the book, and it's called. One second. Secrets of Hebron, Eden, the Inner Earth, and the Real Conspiracy of Silence.
Let's do that.
All right. So, okay, 55. This book is off the hook.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Bill Burr, when he was talking about like who he would vote for, right? He's like, don't vote for the Democrat or for the Republican. You got to vote for that crazy guy.
Yeah.
You got to vote for the guy who's telling you that there's a meteor headed straight for the Earth, right? And he's going to be on TV, like on CNBC, like reading. Goes, you know what they spent money on? He's like reading like all the secret stuff that the military-industrial complex don't want you to know.
Yeah.
Because you got to vote for that guy.
Yeah.
That's who Bart Sadok is.
Yeah. Exactly.
He really spills a lot
That's
of beans here.
That's exactly the point.
Yeah. All right. So, okay, Secrets of Hebron, Eden, Inner Earth, and the Real Conspiracy of Silence. Okay. There is a great mystery concealed in the Torah narrative of Abraham's burial of his wife Sarah. This mystery is not just another boring, mystical, mumbo-jumbo, philosophical, religious lesson that makes us want to yawn. No. This mystery is about a geographical and geological reality spoken about for centuries in Torah literature and echoed in the literature of numerous cultures from around the world. What I am speaking about is the Garden of Eden being a real physical place and the secret of its actual location. I'll say that again.
Yeah.
What I am speaking about is the Garden of Eden being a real physical place and the secret of its actual location. Okay. So this is the kind of stuff that, the modern rabbis are not going to, hopefully conveniently, they want you to not look at it and they don't want to talk about it. They're embarrassed about it because they're modern rationalists.
Yeah.
Okay. So where is the garden, you may ask, and who is living there now? In order to answer these questions, let us delve into Torah, to the time of Sarah's death, and to the place of her burial in the double cave of Machpelah in Hebron. The Torah story is well known. Sarah, Abraham's beloved wife, mother of Yitzhak, passes away at the ripe old age of 127. Abraham, wealthy as he is, still does not own any property in his newly adopted homeland, then called Canaan, which is modern-day Israel. In those days, there were no cemeteries. The dead were usually placed in caves, which were sealed and protected as family tombs. Abraham sought to purchase such a cave for a familial inheritance, wherein later he would be buried alongside his sons and grandsons. Indeed, this we know is what happened, and the cave of patriarchs in Hebron is still a venerated place to this very day. It's obviously recorded in the text of the Torah, where he purchases the cave from Ephron the Hittite for like 400, what was it? 400 something. Okay.
Yeah.
400 like tons of silver or something like that. It was a huge price he paid. So now, of all the caves in the area, why did Abraham choose this specific one, which we know as Machpelah? While the written Torah text does not delve into the issue, right?
Yeah.
Written Torah seldom delves into any issues. The oral tradition dating back to those days brings to us tremendous details, without which much of the written Torah would never be understood. The oral Torah relates a story retold in many Torah commentaries. It goes something like this. According to the Midrashic legend, which may or may not be historical, he loves saying stuff like that. Okay? It's one of the infuriating things about Abraham was out tending sheep one day when one of them ran off. He followed it through the hills and into a cave, a Upon entering the cave, Abraham was overwhelmed by the sweet fragrances coming out from deep within it. He enters deeper, and to his surprise, he finds that there is a second cave inside the first one. And inside this second cave lay buried a man and a woman whose bodies have not decomposed. Amazed at this sight, Abraham prays to God for answers, asking what this place is and who is buried here. The male body then sits up and speaks, saying to Abraham that he is Adam and that this cave is the entranceway to the Garden of Eden. This cave was the cave of Machpelah, and this episode was why Abraham specifically wanted it for his own tomb and for his loved ones to follow. So goes the story. Mm-hmm. Now let us put legend aside and ask the necessary questions. If there is any legitimacy to Machpelah being an entranceway to Eden, how, not Eden, the Garden of Eden, how is this physically possible? Gardens are placed where trees grow and flora flourishes, right? But these require the light of the sun in order for them to grow. It is known that caves are holes in the earth, some rather deep, some going for miles and miles. Mm-hmm. Right? Remember we were talking about that cave in Vietnam, right?
Yeah.
It was like 2 miles or 3 miles long. Mm-hmm. It had its own ecosystem in there. Anyway, it is known that caves are holes in the earth, some rather deep, some going for miles and miles. And yet what they all share is that they are underground without any exposure to sunlight. One cannot have a lush garden growing in a cave. Yeah. How then is the cave of Machpelah the entranceway to the Garden of Eden? Yeah. Where on earth is the garden? Or maybe better to ask, where off the surface of the earth is the garden? Yeah. Torah sages have forever acknowledged that the Garden of Eden is a physical location somewhere here on earth. Since the earliest times, the Machpelah cave has been associated with the garden and is acknowledged to be its entranceway. Again, there is more than legend to any of this. Where is the garden? To answer this, we must delve into one of the greatest secrets guarded by the sages of the Torah. There's no better way to reveal it other than by being direct and outright. Well, right? So, there is an inner earth, and the Garden of Eden is at the center of the earth, thousands of miles down, directly underneath the cave of Machpelah. Wow. This astounding proclamation is stated clearly in the Zohar and in other ancient sources. The existence of inner earth should come as a surprise to no one. This knowledge has long been known in ancient cultures for thousands of years, even extending across the oceans. The ancient Native American Hopis, they know of these places. Even in the realms of science, there have been some famous names who embrace what has become known as the hollow earth theory. Yeah. Such scientists include Sir Edmund Halley, from the famous for the comet named after the discovery of Halley's Comet. Okay. So the existence of inner or hollow earth is much more than a mere theological statement made by the Torah sages. There have been numerous encounters between surface-dwelling human beings and the many other inhabitants of the inner realms. Not all such encounters with these entities have been benign. Our sages have outlined that inner earth is actually divided up into 7 sections, which in Hebrew are called the Sheva Artzot, the 7 lands, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Greg is already. I'm losing Greg.
What are you talking about? I'm looking at pictures of inner earth as you're talking. Dude, I'm literally looking at Google. I just Googled inner earth. No.
Okay. These, I've been hurt, Greg. I've been hurt. These are enumerated in detail in the Zohar. In the section of Hashmetut, the Shmitut, you know, the Shmitot, Hashmitut. Yeah. Also in Chesed LeAvraham, that's a very, very famous Kabbalistic book, and the Emek HaMelech, another one, okay? While some modern rabbi, he has rabbis in quotes, want to describe the Sheva Artzot as the land masses here on the surface of the earth, the continents, right? Yeah. Those propagating this hypothesis are doing so untruthfully. Yeah. they are either ignorant of what our sages have taught, or they are lying about what our sages have taught.
Yeah.
Okay. From a scholarly point of view, we cannot tolerate or condone those who either misunderstand or lie about Torah's source material. Some people are embarrassed by it, It's like, oh, you're going to talk about, hollow earth? Like, you call yourself a rabbi, you're embarrassed by what the sages said, Anyway. It disqualifies their legitimacy in the rabbinate or from holding any teaching position in the Torah world. That's what Bar Tzadok said. He loves going on rants, by the way. Anyway. I don't think he loves it, but he does it a lot. With regards to Torah teachings, when there is a disagreement amongst the classical sources about an issue, then one may choose which side to embrace based upon one's personal opinion. I'll say that again. With regards to Torah teachings, when there is a disagreement amongst the classical sources about an issue, then one may choose which side to embrace based upon one's personal opinion, with exception of issues of Jewish law, Allah. Okay? When, however, there is no such disagreement, but only a proclamation about the reality of life, the universe, and similar things, one who denies the teachings of the sages is tantamount to denying the teachings of the Torah and Judaism. Okay? By doing so, so-called teachers place themselves outside the bounds of acceptability, regardless of whether they are members of the liberal or even the most Haredi camps. Illegitimacy exists on the extremes of both right and left. The Garden of Eden is said to be only one of the many locations in inner earth. The Zohar teaches that it was there that Adam materialized on earth. You hear this?
Yes.
It was from the centermost domain, Eden, in inner earth, that he was cast out. Okay? It was in other domains in inner earth that he lived, and that Cain and Abel were born. It is even stated that Adam left numerous other progeny throughout inner earth over the centuries of his life. The Zohar states that many who escaped the destruction of the Tower of Babel did so by relocating to inner earth. Inner earth has long been said to be the domain of the fallen angels and the Nephilim mentioned in Genesis 6. Inner earth is said to also be the domain of many animals which we have long considered to be mythological, such as the unicorn, the phoenix, the minotaur, the centaur, and the dragon. That's the reference to that is Chesed LaAvraham, God. Inner earth inhabitants are said to come in many different shapes and sizes, from what we would call giants to the likes of what we would call something that looks like hobbits. Indeed, there is even said to be a race of two-headed humanoid beings. All these things are proclaimed by our sages to be physical reality. The Zohar states that the Garden of Eden is a real physical place existing in inner earth. In the garden, there are said to be numerous, quote-unquote, palaces. This indicates that the garden is no mere botanical location. It seems to imply that the garden might not be a botanical domain at all, but rather a built-up domain similar, maybe it might look like something like a modern city.
Yeah.
One of the palaces in the garden is said to be the palace of Mashiach. The Zohar teaches that Mashiach resides here, and from here receives, quote, powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. It is from here, in the garden, that Mashiach sets out to outer earth to fight the wars of Hashem and to conquer the surface for him. As is clear from Zechariah 14, Mashiach comes from, listen to this, Mashiach comes from out of the sky with an army of angels. Yet, if Mashiach is coming from inner earth, from where come the angels with whom he meets and takes their lead? Do they also ascend with him from inner earth? If so, what then is their means of transport? He says, questions abound. Answers are plenty throughout the many works of our Torah sages. One point that our sages make is certain. We are not alone on our earth. There are many races of indigenous, intelligent, sentient entities living in inner earth. Many of these species know about us, and many of them have interacted with us for a very long time. Some of these races are benign, or even benevolent. Others, on the other hand, are nothing but trouble. One of these troublesome races are referred to as the Nishaya. Nishaya, Nishaya. Okay? And that's also the name of their domain of inner earth.
Yeah.
They are one of the shadim, the demons, or the jinn, spoken of by our sages throughout the centuries. The Zohar and other literature describes their appearance as being frail, short, with a grayish skin tone. They don't have any nose, and they just have slits to breathe. They don't have a nose, they just have nose holes. Allegedly, they have no females of their species, and thus seek our human females with which to procreate.
Yeah.
Okay. Many might recognize the similarities between the Nishaya and the modern-day so-called extraterrestrials and the so-called alien abductions.
Yeah.
While these experiences are definitely real, still, they are not what people think they are. See, this is what the Christians are freaked out about.
Yeah.
There is far more material to discuss about this topic than can be related here. Maybe we can pick up on the discussion in future writings, then again, maybe not. That's Bartzadok. Maybe it is best for people not to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. The garden is thus accepted by our sages as a physical domain deep inside inner earth, yet, just as the garden is located there, so are there other domains, even the physical location of Gehenna.
Can I ask you a question? Is the concept of Middle Earth from Lord of the Rings based on this, or no? Or that's something else?
I would say a definite yes, because if you were to read Tolkien, right, and like his like description of how all of these like different species of like elves and men and even the higher, like I think he calls them the Maiar. That's like Gandalf. Gandalf is an angel, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, and how they manifested when they came to Earth. Right, like not all of them look the same, but they like you might have two beings who are the same species. Like for instance, did you see when Gandalf was fighting the Balrog?
Yeah.
Right? So Gandalf looked like an old guy with a beard, and the Balrog looked like a giant monster.
Yeah.
But in reality, they're the same species.
Yeah.
Okay. So
what about the Smeagol guy?
No, I think the Smeagol was like something, like a hobbit or something like that. He was twisted and evil. Just like the orcs.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They used to be elves. Anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, he for sure ripped off all our stuff. No question.
Yeah.
Okay. So they are okay. Even the way you know how he describes the creation of the earliest creatures, the highest angels over there, right? He says that he created them by song. Eluva Atar. That's the way they call God. He created them by singing.
Interesting.
He ripped us off, man. They are accepted as being physical. Okay, so one more time. The Garden of Eden is thus accepted by our sages as a physical domain deep inside inner earth. Yet just as the garden is located there, so are there other domains, even the physical location of Gehenna.
Yeah.
These are not places of myth or the repose of the souls in the afterlife. They are accepted as being physical inhabited domains whose inhabitants interact with us on a regular basis. They know all about us. It is we who live in ignorance of them. If there really is some sort of conspiracy of silence out there somewhere, then it is this that they are trying to keep secret. Maybe they have pretty good reason. Okay, so, all right, so we'll stop here with Ratzalok.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about some stuff, and then if you want, we could read some cinema symbolism. So what I did want to say, I've read elsewhere. Can you hold on to that for a second?
Yeah.
I just want to. So this like inner Earth idea, it's not so simple as just like physical locations.
Yeah.
There's more to it.
Yeah.
There's a dimensional issue with it too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? There are physical dimensions which are hidden from us.
Yeah.
Okay? That's an important thing to understand. Not some spiritual dimension, but an actual physical dimensions, several perhaps, that are hidden from us and not accessible to us.
Yeah.
So these locations have something like that. Also, these inner Earths might have a connection to some kind of, I don't know, just to borrow from science fiction, some kind of like Stargate vortex, whatever the hell, right? Mm-hmm. Connection to other worlds entirely. Mm-hmm. Okay? So it's not so simple. It's not just a big hole in the ground.
Yeah.
That's not what's being described here.
Yeah.
Okay? So, and also, it's not like saying that the Earth is like a completely hollow ball, like a basketball or something like that. Yeah. It's describing more like honeycomb type thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's like giant like chasms in the Earth. Yeah. Okay? Like large enough for cities, let's say.
Yep.
Comfortably, like like that movie, City of Ember.
No, I don't know this movie.
Oh, what a movie! That's like probably one of the last sci-fi movies that I thought was pretty cool.
What is what is the movie? I've never seen with Christian Bale, Empire of the Sun.
That's a World War II movie.
Okay, fine.
Messed me up.
Did it? Why?
I don't know. It's just very, very heavy, very sad, very violent.
Mm-hmm. Never seen it.
Yeah. So it has to do with being taken as a POW by the Japanese. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so what was I saying? Yeah. So that's inner Earth is not such a simple thing. Okay. And the Earth is not such a simple thing in general.
Yeah.
And also, the moon is connected to this somehow too. So, okay. So what did you want to say?
What did I want to say? I don't remember. I wanted to get to kind of the bottom of like, yes, I mean, at the end of the day, like, who are these guys who were, the guys who were the angels who helped during 1973.
Well, I have no idea.
Okay.
But I would imagine that these were angels. So you see, we have a lot of players in this world, right? Yeah. We have millions of different species of demons, or shadim, right, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
Actually, I should say demons is not a good word.
Yeah.
So you have shadim, and they have some of these species have nothing to do with us whatsoever. They got their own story going on. They don't care. They have their own thing happening. Mm-hmm. Some of them need us to procreate. Mm-hmm. Like they can't. That's like part of their way to procreate is to like steal our females.
I was gonna say, would you say that like somebody like a Shmudo is one of these guys?
In this book, it says that when Mashiach comes, right, he comes with the armies of heaven because it's this similar situation to what happened with the flood. Uh-huh. With the flood, who was in charge? The Bnei Elohim, the fallen angels. Mm-hmm. By the way, there's 200 of them. Most of the same race that they're from are still, they're still like working for God. 200 of them, a faction of them, came down and they became the Bnei Elohim, right? Mm-hmm. So, or they were from a race of angels, which are called the Bnei Elohim.
Yeah.
Okay? So they were in charge of the world and their children, the Nephilim. Okay?
Yeah.
So it says that when Mashiach comes, it's going to be the same situation where the angels from on high are coming to battle with them. But this time, it's going to be the final battle with Mashiach.
Here's my cardinal question for you.
Is Trudeau one of them? If you force a guess on me, I'd say yes.
I'm gonna blindside you right now, and probably depress you.
Okay.
If you had to conjure...
But are you going to Farrakhan me?
No, it's not Farrakhan. It's not Farrakhan at all. If you had to, let's say, conjure up a reason for yourself as to why Hashem might be holding Mashiach back, what would be, let's say you had to make a list of like three or five, or however many reasons you want, maybe even only one reason, what would be those reasons? Let's say you're like some sort of, I don't know, you have no skin in the game, no dog in the fight. What would be some of the reasons that Hashem would hold Mashiach back?
I have to think of it.
Assuming you've ever thought of this question.
But even my thought doesn't make sense to me when I really think about it.
Okay.
But I'll say it anyway.
Okay.
To give some people a little catch-up time.
Some people what?
To give a few people a little catch-up time.
Okay. I mean, there's this whole idea of, the people who are supposed to convert, they won't be able to, and it's almost like Hashem has Rahmanus on them,
Yeah, but he's not going to do away with the nations even if they don't convert.
Of course not, but it's just a thing of like, you're upgrading, so it's like Hashem wants to give people the opportunity to upgrade.
A chance. It seems to me something like that, but even though on further analysis, doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Doesn't make sense.
Are there any other reasons besides that?
Not that I can think of. You know why? Because any reason that you're going to bring up right now, I'm going to counter you with saying that will never change.
Yeah.
It's not realistic to say that people are going to stop doing this without an intervention.
Doing what?
Whatever it is that you're going to say.
No, I don't know what I'm going to say. I don't know what to say. Like, I don't know. Like, by me, it's more like I take the view, the whole, I guess is it Ramchal? The whole Ramchal thing, where it's basically like, because Hashem created a world of perfect. I mean, ultimately, his system is, yesh din, yesh dayan, right? So he basically wants to allow the people who are doing horrible things in this world to do the maximum amount of damage, so he can give the maximum, punishment. Otherwise, he won't, so to speak, be able to, according to the system that he himself created for us.
So I would phrase it differently than that.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? It's like the classical Hashkafa idea.
Well, can I give you my way of phrasing it?
Okay.
I think it's important.
Okay.
So, evil will not continue after Mashiach, after some point when Mashiach comes and does his work.
Correct.
Okay. So, that means that everybody who is deeply entrenched within evil to such an extent that they are part of evil, part of it.
Yeah.
Not victims of it, not slaves to it, but have become part of it.
Yeah.
Well, anything that's part of evil will be done away with.
Yeah.
Okay, so the people who have decided to completely give themselves over to evil entirely,
Yeah.
they will be done away with. But
Yeah.
we're talking about relatively few people.
Yeah.
I know there's going to be a Sephardi guy who can't wait to say, no, it will be 2/3 of them, and the eyes will melt. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But in reality, that's probably not the case that we're seeing.
Yeah.
Okay? We have a tradition, okay? The Jewish people, okay? Even the Sephardim, okay? Even though they don't like to talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
We have a tradition that says that the positive prophecies that we're awaiting, they must happen.
Yeah.
They must.
Yeah.
Now, the negative predictions do not have to happen.
Yeah.
They don't have to happen at all, or they can happen in different ways, or they can be severely or largely mitigated, right?
Yeah, dampened. Yeah.
Right? So I believe, or I don't believe, I'm just telling you what it seems like to me based on observation. So it's not really a belief. It's not accurate to say it's a belief. But I think that Mashiach has been here for 80 years, and I think that
It's been working.
He's been commanding his forces. I keep talking about these military interactions that these things, this information has been coming out, but regardless of whether or not we knew about it, it was happening. Right? These UFOs were establishing military dominance on the earth. That's why I think those are angels, because that's what it says that the angels are supposed to be doing in the times of Mashiach.
So they did in fact help the Israeli army, it seems.
It could be the same. It could be the same people. I mean, the same things. You know what I mean? So these angels, by the way, right? I've heard, and I think I've even heard Bart Tzadok say that souls, right, when they're not in the body, they look like glowing balls.
Yeah.
Like plasma.
Sure.
Ball. Ball lightning, or I don't know, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay? And so it might seem that consciousness itself sometimes takes the form of just some kind of glowing energy.
Yeah.
That's what these UFOs are described as mostly. The ones that are described that have saucer shape and all that kind of stuff. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the stuff that the soldiers are reporting.
Yeah.
Like the stuff that was floating over the nuclear missile silos in 1967 and in every decade since then was described as a big glowing or circular type of orange, something giant. What if that itself is an angel?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We don't have to have little guys inside.
I mean, it's interesting that it happened in '67, and then we know that the Jewish people got back Jerusalem.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of amazing stuff was happening in '67, but it's really happening all the time. That's what we found out later. Right? So that guy who I first heard about this kind of stuff from, right? Robert Salas.
Yeah.
He made a press conference where he himself came forward. Then he made another press conference when he contacted another nuclear missile launch officer at another air base.
It's crazy.
And it got him to come and also speak out. It was the same year. It was actually a week before his incident.
It's crazy.
Okay, so he learned that it happened a week before that. Anyway, and then Russians started coming out, saying the same things. And I'm sure there's Chinese versions of this, but they're not going to allow that to come out.
Obviously. They're being suppressed. And North Korea.
Okay. So this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. And also, a Tic Tac, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't have any seams.
Yeah, no
right?
shape.
And there's nothing. What if that's the thing? That's the creature.
Oh.
You know, like why do you know what I mean? Like an angel doesn't need to have a form. It can come in a form like if it needs to. You know,
Just
it can
light.
take a form. So, okay, that's from the Torah perspective now. Like, angels can appear to us. However, we need to see them. Okay, although some of them really are men. Some of them really do look like there's a type of angel that looks like a person. Okay, like Eliyahu, for instance, is one of them. Yeah. He can come and go as he pleases.
I told you the story of my friend's mom who supposedly met Eliyahu Novi.
A very, very, very large,
tall person,
Haredi-looking guy.
Well, he was dressed as a Haredi, but he could dress whatever he wants. And he said, "I think you know who I am."
I think it's safe to say that Eliyahu was a Haredi guy.
No, I'm just saying, like he was dressed as he was dressed as a Hasidic dude. That you can't mistake for some like.
What do you think? What do you think Eliyahu would come dressed like? What do you think he looked like in his time?
For sure. No, but you know what I mean.
Like a club kid?
No, obviously not. Obviously not. But he's not going to come in like a tunic. He came in a Breslov outfit.
He's going to come
in a Becca shirt.
In the way the religious people of the time looked like.
Yeah.
That's what he did.
Yeah.
When he first came to Earth. By the way, I read in that book that we just read, sources talk about Eliyahu was not born of a mother and a father. He came to the world as an angel, translated as a human being, and left the world the same way.
Interesting. Yeah, so this guy just came and disappeared. It's kind of crazy. And he knew everything. He knew why this woman was on the way to meet this Mikubal. He said, "I know why you're here. Don't worry, everything's gonna be okay." Like she was trying to have a kid. And
I remember years ago. I don't know who said this. I don't know if this was just like a funny yeshiva kid or a rabbi. He said, "If you saw Eliyahu, you can cross the street."
Yeah. Pretty creepy guy.
You know what I mean?
No, he's like intense guy. It's very tall, very there's a presence there. I don't know.
So it's funny. I remember there's this cartoon called Mighty Max. Perhaps you have seen it.
Mighty Max or Mighty Mouse?
Mighty Max.
Let's see.
Look up Mighty Max on YouTube right now, and then so many things will come flooding back to you.
I'm just going to look at the pictures. Mighty Max. I don't remember this for some weird reason.
All right, you're going back to Russia.
Yeah. It's funny because it was in the 90s, in the mid-90s, 93, 94.
Dude, this is the greatest cartoon intro ever. Listen to this intro, okay? Tell me if you can hear this.
Hold on, let me. But you won't hear it. I'm going to listen to it.
No, I want you. You're going to hear it from my side. Just listen.
Okay, fine. Sound is terrible.
Can you hear it?
I could barely hear it, man.
Dude, I hate you. Not you, per se, but your technology. All right, so you play it.
It's not my technology. Hold on. Okay, no. Give me a second. Look, give me a second. Give me a second.
Let the people hear the awesome rockin' of Mighty Max. That's not what it sounds like. That sounds like things falling down.
Hold on. It's like a British cartoon, it seems. Here.
No.
Mighty Max opening? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
You cannot? There you go. Can you hear it now?
That's it. That's it.
What?
No, go ahead. Anyway, I don't know if people are hearing the way I'm hearing it. It's not good.
It's fine.
All right, so that's basically it. So if you don't remember that, then you should go back to Russia.
I know this. You know that this show was only on for like 6 months in America, so I don't know. I think it's just because dude, Mighty.
No, it was on for several seasons.
No, let's hold on. No.
What do you mean? I've watched.
Is an American animated horror show that aired from September 1st, 1993 to December 2nd, 1994, based on the British Mighty Max toys. It ran literally for like. Oh, okay, fine. So it's like a year, a little over a year, 40 episodes.
Man, it was 40. It felt like a couple of years. 40. Maybe I watched it in reruns.
It was like a year. Yeah, it was a year and a half. A year, 2 seasons.
2 seasons. Okay,
yeah,
thank you. Gosh.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I don't know. You know what it is? I think it's because I moved to Jersey at that time. I don't even know what channel this was on.
Dude, one of the main characters literally dies at the last episode. Gets eaten by a spider. Okay. It's horrifying, absolutely horrifying. Okay, and it's crazy. No, it's just out of control. So in one of the episodes, you have this. They go back in time. They travel from like era to era, and they obviously meet interesting, historical and mythological figures. In one of them, they meet this lion warrior. I don't know from what culture that's from, but it's like a humanoid lion, right? And he's like a warrior from his time, and then somehow he ends up in the modern era, right? So he's like, and because his home was destroyed, or I don't remember what the context is. He goes, "No, I think I like it here in the modern world. I will meet these people. You come to me." And the guy, like, he's running away. He goes, "Come here, I will crush you." That is probably what Eliyahu is like.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. He is like a giant lion warrior presence.
Interesting.
All that whole Mighty Max fiasco that just happened was all so I can do that shtick about.
I'm looking at the scene where the spider eats this whoever.
No, don't look at that. Don't look at that.
Why not?
I don't even want to.
The spider eats the bad guy? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out.
No, not the bad guy.
Along came arachnoid. Interesting.
No, I don't like it. I don't want to hear it. I shouldn't have mentioned it. I shouldn't have brought it up. Let's move on.
Anyway.
Yes. Okay, so what was the main point? The main point was that this stuff has been happening for a long time. Okay? For at least 80 years, for modern military. They've been flying circles around our pilots. Okay? Actually, in World War II, they called them Foo Fighters. Okay? That's where that band got their name from.
Oh, interesting.
Okay? Yeah. And then later on, they just were messing with our pilots. They never did anything to them.
Yeah.
They're just embarrassing them.
Weird.
That's all these pilots. There's like hundreds of thousands, literally, not even exaggerating. Is somebody like?
I don't know. My keyboard is going berserk. I don't know. It's just like weird. Whatever.
Okay. So they've been just literally embarrassing and interacting with our pilots. Dude, I have a friend that I went to high school with that I can't say his name.
Yeah.
Became a commercial airline pilot. I'm sure some people could figure it out, whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay? There's a few of them, okay? He saw a UFO with his co-pilot.
Crazy.
So airline pilots, by the way, that's another whole genre. That's not genre, like a whole discussion about just like airline pilots seeing these things. Okay? There's tens of thousands of cases.
Yeah.
Okay? There's a guy that would collect reports from airline pilots. They trusted him to keep their names anonymous They just wanted to go and talk to somebody about it. This guy, his name is Dr. Richard Haynes.
Yeah.
Okay, and he had an organization called NICAP or NARCAP or something like that.
Yeah.
And he has a giant repository of these sightings that he's only military and commercial airline pilots. That was what he focused on.
Yeah.
The reason why they trusted him was because he was known to be interested in this topic, and he was a famous NASA engineer and scientist. He worked on designing the lunar module and the shuttles.
Yeah.
So he was very, like a respectable kind of like sober guy that they trusted. Yeah. And you gotta like, hold on. Let me see if I could find something. Dr. Richard Haynes. Some of the stuff people should know this. 1 second, because this is real, actually real. Okay. And remember I was telling you about that 1986 Japanese pilot who saw the giant UFO?
Yeah.
And then when he got back to Japan, they basically fired him.
Yeah.
Because he flew to Japan, this doctor, and got that guy his job back.
Well.
Let's see. UFOs. Hold on. I can't find it now. I'm not going to waste too much time. I'll prepare it for next time. Okay. So you have a whole so this stuff is, so they've been just kind of flying around pilots saying look how pathetic you are, and then they've been turning off UFOs. Yeah. I mean, they've been crazy. Listen to me. They've been turning off nuclear missiles left and right.
Yeah.
I think the last time they did it was 2017.
Crazy.
All right. So basically, what is that? That's Mashiach with the armies of heaven conquering the forces of earth.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. But they're not killing anybody. So it seems to be a mitigated version of what the prophets are talking about.
Yeah.
That Mashiach comes with the armies of heaven. That's why I think that these are angelic things, because, because of what they're doing, not because of what they look like. Like, if they look like hot blonde chicks or whatever, I don't think that's the reality of angels. You know what I mean? Like, unfortunately.
So here's my question.
Maybe some do look like hot blonde chicks.
So here's my question now. Is it a prerequisite for, dude, you and I, right? We're supposedly, ostensibly connected to Torah, I guess. Is it a prerequisite for people who are connected to Torah to start acknowledging everything, what you and I are talking about? Because it seems like the Torah world is completely oblivious to these things. The majority of the Torah world is oblivious to these things. And it seems like they are not so much, again, it ranges everything from the people who are not focused on Mashiach, on the concept of Mashiach at all, the ones who say, just live your life and when it happens, it'll happen, to even the let's say Lubavitchers. I'm just saying Lubavitchers because these are the most visibly Mashiach conscious group of people. But even then, when they say Mashiach, let's put the Rebbe aside for a second, right? They don't have a clear, it doesn't seem to me like anybody has really a clear picture of what the world, of the sequence, Is there Mashiach ben Yosef and then Mashiach ben David? Is just, we skip the right Mashiach ben David? What happens first? Some people, it's just the thing is muddy. It's all very muddy. We keep hearing about this Mashiach stuff. I heard this Mashiach stuff as a kid. My dad thinks Mashiach is going to take him to Israel. Different people have different fantastical ideas about what's going to be with their lives, what's going to be with Klal Yisrael, what's going to be with the world. It just seems like it's a free-for-all. You understand what I'm saying?
Let's go back to the book that we were just reading. There's a chapter here that says, when Mashiach comes.
No, I'm just saying, and the free-for-all, by the way, lends itself to adults having very, very, or coming up with very, Santa-like ideas. Like Elf, like the movie.
It's not
You ever
really
see the
their
movie
fault
Elf?
because they haven't been educated very well.
No, I know, but even the frum people, like you ever see the movie Elf?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the frum people.
Yeah, like the movie Elf, like with Will Ferrell. That's what people think is going to happen. Like they're living in like some sort of childish fantasy world. So I really want to like clear this up.
Okay, so this I'll give you one at least because it's on the theme of what we've been talking about, right? The only reason I'm talking about this, folks, is because I'm looking for Mashiach in the world. Mm-hmm. Okay? I'm looking for stuff that looks like what it says Mashiach is going to be doing. And here it is.
Yeah.
Okay? So, obviously, there's going to be some people critical of that because they don't... I don't think they want to see it.
Yeah. It's like that woman on Fox News. She almost just doesn't want to see it. She's afraid of what it means, I think. Just denial.
Whatever it is, when I say, I don't care what form it comes in.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Alright, so, I'm not the one who made these glowing red things hover over nuclear missile silos and turn them off. I didn't do that, right?
Yeah.
I didn't prefer that. I would have preferred the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, as we know, right? So that's the form of the that I would like to, a big yummy, marshmallow, right?
Yeah.
It just seems nice somehow,
Yeah.
But that's not what. What is the world? What is it showing? I'm just trying to look at what I'm being shown.
Yeah.
Is that a sin?
No, it's not a sin. It's not even so much that a sin, but it's to make the leap.
No, but I'm not saying any. Look, I'm not saying anything for sure. Yeah. Okay, because I know I can't say anything for sure. But look what's happening. Mm-hmm. Right at the time when Mashiach is supposed to come. Right? Which is our time. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, you have these things coming from the sky. Okay? Which is called Shemayim, by the way. Yeah. Right? The sky. Yeah. What's the shot of the word sky?
Yeah.
Shemayim.
Yeah.
Okay? They come from the sky, and they subdue the armies of the earth. Yeah. Isn't that what it says in Zechariah? I don't understand.
Yeah.
It seems pretty straightforward.
It's too real, man. It's just too real. That's the problem. It's too real for people.
Okay? My only issue with it is that it's not happening more often and fast enough.
That's not, my only problem. You know what my issue is with it? And it's almost like a running gag. That the only time it's taped, the only tape you see of it is in black and white and blurry. Like Mitch Hedberg. He's like, Bigfoot, he's like, I always wonder, he's like, I think Bigfoot is blurry. It's not the photographer's fault. Bigfoot is an out of focus monster, and that is extra scary to me.
Yeah, man.
It's always blurry. It's never clear. Even today you showed me that it looked like a trail of a plane.
I know, it was terrible. I mean,
you can't tell. It looks like an optical illusion.
That was from a camera. Those cameras that people put up in front of their houses. Yeah. Everybody's doing it now.
Yeah.
Right. That's what caught it.
Why?
And I was looking at people. I was looking at the comment sections. Yeah. There's so many Amalekite people there trying to make it into nothing. Yeah. They're like, oh, it's bugs.
Yeah.
No, I have hours and hours of videotape of. Really? Why is it projecting a reflection on the water?
Yeah.
Right? Does a bug project a giant reflection on it? Anyway. So.
No, I hear what you're saying. It just seems like every time these things are taped,
I don't know,
they're taped with a potato.
Because the Sitra Achra, right, is not allowing. It stops the truth from coming out.
Yeah.
It controls all the footage. You understand? Also, the phenomenon itself, annoyingly, might have something to do with this.
Yeah, that's true. It might be obfuscating.
Yeah. Okay, that's another problem I have.
Like it's never in a dude with all the HD tech we have, it's never in HD. Like it's never ever in HD.
No, but these reports, right, and like this guy Lou Elizondo and these dudes, they talk about extremely clear video that they have.
Okay, where the hell is it? Can I see it?
It's classified. And by the way, also some of the videos, like those 3 Navy videos, right? That was like some of the best videos like that can ever be imagined. It's just people don't understand. People don't understand what they're looking at when they see it.
It's really pissing me off because, today you can sit down and you can turn on your television and watch a football game and the clarity of the football game is as if you're in the stadium. It's better than your eyes. You understand? And here we are sitting watching these things in 240p potato. What is going on?
No, but listen,
it's
hold
hilarious.
on. Look, I know that all the crap we have is bad.
Yeah.
But for people who have a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of like technical knowledge, right? Those gun camera videos, like the Tic Tac and then the rotating one and that kind of stuff. Yeah. You guys, like that's what the pilots see when they are flying. That's what they use to fight.
I get it.
So what information do we have there? That it's a cold piece of equipment that's not emitting any heat, which is impossible. Okay? That it's flying so fast that the damn camera cannot keep up with it, which is impossible.
Wait a minute, you said it's not emitting any heat, but we just read reports of like radiation and issues and all this kind of stuff.
No, that's for people who are near them.
Oh, okay.
No, but basically it's like some of the videos, it's like you have the object itself, right? Yeah. Shows that it's hot, but then surrounding it is cold.
Yeah.
It's usually the opposite. Like usually the stuff around, like the heat is like moving away from. Yeah. The thing is producing heat, and the heat is like moving away.
Like a space shuttle or something like that.
Yeah, you're not gonna find like a cold like halo around a hot object.
It doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Okay? And also, there's no like rotor wash.
Yeah.
They're not. You don't see any plumes of anything.
There's no afterburner. There's no nothing.
There's no nothing. There's no like wings.
Yeah.
There's no like flight surfaces.
Yeah.
Okay? And also, one of the videos where it kind of like it seems to have like a rim. One of these objects has like a rim. So the rim, you can compare that kind of to like wings, right? Like kind of like a brim of a hat, let's say, right?
Yeah.
If that was really a brim of a hat, when it rotates, it should begin moving off to the side and like up or down, depending on the angle of rotation. Yeah. This thing kept going straight. That's not possible in physics. There's no reaction to its movement. You can't do that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So people don't understand what they're looking at. You're looking at miracles.
Yeah.
You got to hear the pilot. The pilot's like, it's rotating. He was shocked.
Yeah.
And then the other guy's like, look, man, there's a whole fleet of them on the ASA. I don't know what the ASA stands for. It's like one of their imaging devices, whatever. Okay. Yeah. All right. And then now the Tic Tac video, it looks like a little Tic Tac, little white spot.
Yeah.
That's because that's what it looks like. It's not interesting. Okay?
Yeah.
It's like a little Tic Tac flying. It's a 40-foot Tic Tac in the sky. Okay?
That's crazy.
And it's like those cameras that they have on these like jets. You can't outrun them.
Yeah.
They can see miles ahead and in 360 degrees.
Yeah.
You would have to fly directly over the plane. For that one moment that you fly over the plane, it might
there was a blind spot.
Yeah, but it's like a nanosecond.
Yeah.
Okay? Or you'd have to like hover directly above the plane.
Yeah.
Okay? Or something like that. I mean, they might even have cameras on the top part too. I'm not sure. Okay? So you can't outrun the modern cameras. Yeah. They need this information. They need the sensor data to fight their enemies. Like, they have to be able to see them from far away. And we have the most advanced stuff. It's crazy. You can't outrun it.
Yeah.
You will see this thing outrun the camera in the video. That's impossible.
Yeah.
Okay? So we already have stuff that's insane. Okay? Also, we have floating pyramids, and also we have one of these things moving, just like a circle. This is like in night vision. Like this is off of one of the ships.
Yeah.
This is during that. By the way, it's like the same incident as the pyramids.
Mm-hmm.
This is like one of the other nights. This is a multi-night event. It was moving, and then it went into the water. It hit the water at 100 miles an hour.
Crazy.
And then but they had submarines there. The submarines went to the spot, like within like a minute or two.
Okay.
The thing was gone. There was nothing. They didn't find a panel, a seat, a peanut, nothing. They didn't find a wallet, nothing. Nobody. That's not supposed to happen. There's supposed to be something. If any type of aircraft or any type of vehicle that hits the water at 100 miles an hour is going to be spread all over a wide area.
Yeah.
So
Anyway.
anyway, so we have already stuff. It doesn't look good though. It doesn't look good, and people need entertainment.
Yeah. True.
Okay, but we already have stuff that if you just take a few minutes to understand what you're looking at, there's videos that explain all the instruments and all those numbers and dashes and dials on the screen.
Yeah.
Then you'll be amazed.
Yep.
But so this guy Lou Elizondo and these other people were saying that they are hoping to release a 23-minute long video, very clear, of not only of like a whole squad of these things, and showing you how they move, and possibly even some of the occupants.
It's crazy.
All right, that's something that might be released this year. I'm not terribly excited about that. You know why? It's too slow.
It's too
I don't
slow.
care about videos.
Not only that, it's like, here's the thing. Again, even if we have the occupants and it's like with Beras, what do we do about this? Like, what's the next step? Like, what are we supposed to do with this?
Okay, so the next step is these things have to show up and just be present in our reality.
Okay.
Okay? I don't know how that looks. I think, like, if I was doing this, nobody asked me to plan this rolling out ceremony of these things, whatever the hell they are, I would just kind of like, not like Independence Day, but I would just like park some of these Tic Tacs, like over maybe like, the city hall of most of the major cities. Yeah. The town centers. Mm-hmm. Right? And have them move around a little bit. Yeah. And let that go on for maybe a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Like War of the Worlds kind of thing.
No, not War of the Worlds.
Not War of the Worlds, but
the
like
opposite.
No, I'm saying like just the appearance, not
just let them kind of let them just kind of chill there, and people are like, oh look, Tic Tacs, okay, giant Tic Tacs, and Tic Tacs. People are going to start buying Tic Tacs. Yeah. Make a whole cultural, they start wearing like Tic Tac hats or whatever. Yeah. Okay, so that kind of thing. Like it needs to start. I think the more often that they show this stuff in the news, right? Like I got excited because they showed it like this past week 3 times on the same night. Yeah. And with the most sober guys, right? Yeah. Right? Yeah. Except for Jesse Waters, who's kind of a wise guy. Yeah. But he wasn't even it was the least snide I've ever seen him. Yeah. That's true. Am I crazy, or that's what it seemed like to me?
Yeah. He wasn't. He's not sad. He's just likes to make a comedy out of everything.
Right, and that's what I meant. Like he wasn't trying to make. Like he usually makes a joke out of most things. He didn't seem to be doing that very much in this case. And then Brett Baer, right? Why did they get that guy to do it? Right, it's odd. So he's supposed to be the replacement for Britt Hume, right? Yeah. These guys have expressionless. Right? Yeah. So basically, I thought that was interesting. So that it has. So if you do that, like let's say every night for a couple of months or whatever, right? A couple of weeks, people are going to be like, what the fuck is going on with UFOs? You know, like people, like you can't do it like one night a month because people will just like, all right, there's that UFO story again. They're going to change the channel.
Yep.
It has to be like you
has
can't,
to be sustained.
like you can't.
It's kind of like Schmovid. This is like a sustained campaign, you know?
Not even like all they got to do is like talk about it. Let's say 5 days in a row.
Yeah.
Let's say most of the news networks, right? 5 days in a row. 5 days in a row, the people are gonna be like, what the hell's going on, right? Like, why are they? They're gonna start getting a little concerned. They're like, why isn't this UFO segment going away?
Yeah.
Where's the cue the X-Files music? Right? When there's no X-Files music, they're going to be like, what happened to the X-Files music? Are these guys, you know, 5 days. 5 days. Screw it, 3 days.
Yeah.
3 days in a row.
Yeah.
Okay? Then the world is a different place. And then, you're like, people are going to understand, holy crap, we're being prepared. Something is about to happen. Right? Yeah. And if you have guys like Jesse Waters and, you know, saying like he did, he wasn't even saying, like, are these Chinese, are these Russian? He was saying, like, what do they want? What are they interested in? What do they think of us? He was actually saying the aliens, right? Yeah. So if you have stuff like that happening, right, across the board, then you can have this happen this week. Yeah. I'm serious. No, this week. You could have whatever the hell this stuff is. Look, it has to happen at some point. Whatever Mashiach is, whatever his army is, whatever he is, I don't care. Let it be roses in the sky. Let it be a pizza pie. I don't care. Okay? So God, for some reason, has decided to let it come in this form. I'm okay with that. What's the difference? Okay? Let it come. Maybe it's better than a pizza. Okay? So, just anything. All right, so if they do that, if they just kind of, because you asked me what the next step is, that's why I'm telling you, right? Yeah. So if you just show this for a few nights, get people to get just to the point where, like, why are they not, what's happening? Yeah. They're not letting this go. They keep repeating it over and over again. Yeah. People are going to start getting the sense like something is going on. And then you have a Tic-Tac show up in their town, just kind of hover, you know, hang out, just do some really impressive, like, you know, back and forth movements. Okay? Yeah. Say hi once a week. So let's say that continues for a week. Yeah. Right? Then you get, like, you know, whatever, some bigger shit, whatever, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to go this way. You understand what I'm saying? You may have heard something like that. Yeah. Okay? It doesn't have to terrify people. Just people have to see something supernatural is going on. They're going to stop watching Netflix. They're going to be hanging out outside. They're going to be watching these things in awe, and they're going to start thinking things and asking questions. Okay, so you want to read this? Quick little chapter here about what to expect when Mashiach comes. Please. It's actually like 4 pages.
And then we'll wrap up after that.
We'll wrap up after. Okay, fine. So maybe we could read a tiny bit more in the. In the cinema classic? All right,
yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. So, what to expect when Mashiach comes? So, this guy's Sephardi, okay? I'm preempting.
What's his name?
This guy's Sephardic, okay?
No, what's his name?
Oh, this is Bartzado.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah. So, the nature of Mashiach is often misunderstood. Granted, Mashiach is supposed to come as a savior, to step into the middle of a very nasty war between Israel and its enemies, and to destroy those enemies with an overwhelming show of force. As I told you, Sephardic, okay? Then, once Israel is safe and its enemies no more, we're all supposed to live happily ever after. Everyone is supposed to love one another. We expect all to live carefree lives, and life will be blissful and utopian. This is what the majority expect the Mashiach is to accomplish. There is, however, one simple problem with all of this. This utopian fantasy is not what the biblical prophets prophesied. The same prophets of the Bible who informed us that there would be a future intervention of a superior force to overwhelm and destroy the enemies of Israel also tell us that what follows is no kumbaya. It's no love fest. Mm-hmm. it's not, it's not going to be like a gathering of 60 style hippies.
Yeah.
On the contrary, Mashiach is expected to overwhelm and to destroy a lot more than the military enemies of Israel. He is prophesied to also destroy entire segments of human civilization that have not lived up to certain expectations. I told you, Sephardi, okay? Again, those aspects of destroying massive amounts of people, those can be mitigated, okay? I don't know why does Sephardim so in love with this crazy stuff? Anyway.
It's just because they want, it's a fear tactic.
There's nothing without fear.
Listen, I'll tell you, the goal, if the goal is for people to do tshuva, and if you're dealing with a group of people, namely Sephardim, who react primarily to fear,
disco.
Then what do you think?
How do you fight disco? With fear,
yes.
The eyes will melt out of your sockets.
I mean, listen, to some measure, not completely, to some measure it works.
It does work on these Buhari's kids, right? Like, seriously.
Yeah. They'll come up, these Buharian kids are like, did you hear about, they'll be like, yo bro, did you hear what happens when you do this Avera, like, they come to accuse you, the children come to accuse you. Ты чё, братан? Они приходят к тебе, и ты, it's like, они тебя ненавидят, they hate you.
Yeah.
Dude, I heard like Buharian kids talk about all this. It's.
I know.
And it's not wrong. It's just the way that it's instilled. It's very funny. I mean, it's like quote unquote funny.
Right. No. The thing is, like, it's not wrong, but it's also not the deepest understanding of it.
That's true. It's a very simple understanding.
All right. It's which can be. It's wrong on a certain level, though.
It could also be very, very like damaging.
Yes. Okay. So basically, it's just. All right, I'm gonna just get back to the text. You know what? All right. So there we go. So on the contrary, okay. So listen. So okay. Now Mashiach comes to rule as a king, and then he likes to add as a dictator. Okay. Nowhere in any biblical or later Torah literature does it state, it doesn't suggest or even insinuate that Mashiach will rule by the force of love. He says the hippies aren't going to make it. Neither will the Kumbaya crowd. Mashiach is not going to be very open to variables or questions to his rule. Okay, I hope not. Damn it. Authority. He's not gonna question it. He's not gonna allow his authority to be questioned or his power. He comes to establish God's kingdom in the world. Okay, so the future king will rule with a rod of iron, not one with rosebuds. Symbolically, our sages referred to this when they said that in present times Torah law follows the lenient views of the house of Hillel, right? When Mashiach comes, Torah law will follow the strict views of the house of Shammai. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, of course, this is a metaphor, not to be understood literally. Nonetheless, the intent is clear. When Mashiach comes, there will be no more Mr. Nice Guy. King Mashiach will not be known for his sweetness. I don't know if that's true. Why not? Right? But rather for his swift and quick judgment.
I think it means like, I think what he's saying is that it's not a question of like that he won't have like sweetness as a personality.
No, that's what he says here, but
I think it means like it won't be like a guy who's like, like floating the chlaori, everybody's okay, everybody's good.
He's not gonna, hey, it might be a Karl Bacher. No, I'm just kidding. He's not gonna be a pushover.
That's what it means, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Mashiach will not be known. I'm going to change this, okay? Mashiach will not be a pushover, but rather he will be known for his swift and quick judgment, which the prophecy states he will execute by literally smelling the litigants.
Listen, I hope that, looking at everything that's going on, I hope that he will do that, because it's just, I don't see how Shmudo can exist on Earth after all that he's done, and Mousie and Shmurla and all these other people. I don't see how they can remain alive. They should not. They should not. They should not. They should leave. Like, I don't. Yeah. Would you agree?
I would agree. Yeah. So so he says like this. He says there will be no trials, no testimony, no deliberations. One sniff, and he'll know whether you're guilty or innocent. Mashiach will know all the hidden truths and judge telepathically. Some today might not consider this to be the proper liberal way. Then again, where throughout all of the biblical literature is Mashiach ever referred to as a liberal?
Dude, remember, again, we spoke about this in The Matrix. You know, the Sitra Achra guy, conversely, Agent Smith, what does he always say? He's like, it's the smell. You know, he can smell out Neo.
Yeah, but what you're doing now is you're equating the Matrix guy, the Sitra Achra, to Mashiach.
No, I'm not equating. I'm saying that's
once again Farrakhaning all of that.
No, I'm saying it's just the opposite side of the coin, so to speak. You know,
it's the Sitra Achra making like taking like some qualities of Mashiach and putting it on the Sitra Achra.
Correct, but it's not.
Meaning the movie The Matrix itself is a Sitra Achra operation.
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
we only learned that in this because of this latest one.
Yeah.
Because they reversed the whole, you know, the guy took the blue pill or something, whatever it is.
It's crazy.
It's insane. It's like in your face, and it's like, no, he's going to take the blue pill, and we're going to all be blue pilled. And you red pill people, screw you. You know, like you're nuts. You're the ones in the Matrix, you know, like, apparently people like you and I live in a... Dude, I've had these people on Twitter accuse me of like, oh, you just are positing these things because they fit your narrative. I'm like, I'm the one with the narrative. Seriously. You're kidding. The people pushing the narrative for the past 2 years are accusing me of having a narrative. I have a narrative.
Dude. You know what's amazing? We keep saying this idea of like they always accuse us of what they're guilty of, right?
Oh, God.
But here's another. What?
No, it's just I'm just like beside myself. Yeah. All
right, come back to yourself.
Yeah.
All right. So you know how like another indicator of that, they come up with accusations of things that I've never heard of.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You understand, like a narrative or gaslighting.
Yeah.
It goes to show you that you created that.
Yeah.
Not only are you guilty of it, I wasn't even aware of what the hell you're talking about. I had to look it up.
Yeah.
Okay? All this crap that you guys create.
Yeah, sometimes I ask them, I'm like, where are you getting this from? Like, I asked them this. I'm like, I never heard of this. Like, where are you? Like, yeah, it's just very strange. It's very strange.
Right? It's like you like to sniff elbows. Like, what?
Yeah.
And then you realize, holy crap, these guys like to sniff elbows.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
You know?
It's just odd. Like they mentioned this whole thing of like, you know, grifting. What is this?
Yeah.
What is this? Can you explain to me? What is it like? You
con artist.
You just like attach yourself to an idea that's like interesting. What is this?
No, grifter.
Swindling.
There was actually a movie about this, with John Cusack. That basically, it's like con artists who like move. I think kind of like they grift.
Yeah.
Meaning they con and then they move on, kind of like nomad con artists.
Yeah. It's just odd. It's like they don't know how to address the actual object of what you're saying, so they just make up epithets, or they make up like language to just say.
Dude, it's part of the archetype stuff.
No, I know. It's just strange. It's a strange way. Even if you forget about like just this, this topic, it's just a strange way to communicate with people. You know, like you come to a person and you tell them something, like I'm telling you, like, here's information X, Y, and Z. And you answer me with, centipedes are turquoise. What?
That's what they do.
Что ты только что сказал? I have no idea what you said. I know what I said. I know what the topic we're talking about. But you just, I don't know. You might as well say, Smeagol, golem. I don't know. Like, snarf. Like, I don't know. It's odd. It's like they're speaking in tongues. Strange. Anyway.
Yeah.
Moving along.
So, moving along now. Right, that's Greg's rant number 7 of the evening. Okay. Okay. So biblical prophecy. Okay, so hold on. Okay. So Mashiach, no liberal. Okay. Biblical prophecy and later Torah literature all describe the coming of Mashiach as an event of global, if not galactic, proportion.
Yeah.
The consequences of his intervention in human history will certainly not be limited to the nation of Israel. It is prophecy that Mashiach comes with an army of angels from out of the sky. In other words, they literally come from out of this world. And this signifies that not only will Mashiach's intervention be global, but its influence and effect will reach far beyond the reaches of our planet, and possibly beyond the confines of our presently known universe.
Mm-hmm.
After all, where did this angelic army really come from? He said the term heaven is mythical. It obviously refers to some real place. Yet where this place is in our universe or in another is not clearly understood. So hold on. So just to back up, he said, he actually wrote here, the term heaven is mythical. What he means to say is the word heaven, right? Like the English word heaven, right? Yeah. Comes from mythology. Okay, but and it's a translation for Shemayim. And Shemayim is a real, actual place. It's not to be really confused with this myth, with this word heaven, which has a mythical origin.
Yeah.
Okay. The prophet Zechariah clearly states that Mashiach marches on earth backed by an army of angels.
Yeah.
You know what that expression means, marches on earth, right? So like, you could say, oh, the armies are marching on Rome, right? Or they're marching on London, so it means that they're attacking. Okay? Or sieging, laying siege. Okay? So I'll say that again. The prophet Zechariah, that's Zachary for the folks at home. The prophet Zechariah clearly states that Mashiach marches on earth backed by an army of angels. It amazes me how so many are oblivious as to what this prophecy seems to suggest, especially in light of modern technological knowledge. Okay? Angels are clearly described in the Bible. Some of them are humanoid entities that seem to glow with some kind of energy. Others are clearly described as having multiple faces with animal-like features and other traits that we can only describe as unearthly. So, when Mashiach appears in the skies over Jerusalem with an army of these entities, I do not believe that such an advent will be recognized in the religious context. I do not believe that those witnessing this event, either live or on a worldwide television, will be saying, quote, "Look up in the sky, Mashiach has come." I think that they will use the words very different from angel or angelic to describe the invading messianic army. Rather than call out, "Hooray, here comes Mashiach," I believe those witnessing this event will rather call out, invasion from outer space. Okay. So yes, you guessed it. The world will call the coming of Mashiach an invasion from outer space. In light of today's loss of biblical religiosity and the embrace of secular science as the new world religion, the world will interpret the fulfillment of biblical prophecy in light of modern myths. Therefore, Mashiach's coming will indeed be interpreted as an invasion from outer space. And who amongst us can say what is science and what is spirituality? And what exactly is the difference between the two?
Yeah.
Now, judging from how prophecy describes the way Mashiach and his army is supposed to act, extraterrestrial invasion might be the proper way to understand this coming event. After all, Mashiach's army will display a superiority over all the world's technology and weapons.
Interesting.
With the greatest of ease, the Messianic army will completely demolish the forces opposing it. They've been doing that for 80 years.
Yeah.
Just like what we would expect from an invasion from outer space. Okay? So just like in our worst case scenario, science fiction movies, where the evil aliens come, smash the earth, and take over, so in reality, according to biblical prophecy, Mashiach comes, wipes out a massive army of resistance, and then takes over the world. Once he does this, he's not transformed into a loving, sweet, grandfatherly type of guy. Nowhere is Mashiach prophesied to go around singing, dancing, and hugging everyone in the streets. Listen to this. Mashiach is not going to be personally accessible to the general public any more than any other present political leader today. No one is going to be able to travel to his seat of government, walk in on him, and just say hello. If today one were to attempt to approach a president or a prime minister or a king without permission and clearance, such an endeavor would be prevented by a wall of security. Why on earth would anyone expect access to King Mashiach to be any more lenient? Such a wish or hope is beyond wishful thinking. It's delusional and unrealistic in the highest sense. Even God is unapproachable to the angels. So much more so, Mashiach will be to the everyday common person. Okay. So the prophecies clearly state. I don't necessarily agree with them. I've heard things that contradict that. I mean, I would imagine some kind of process, making an appointment. You know. You know what I mean? I'm sure he's going to be busy talking to a lot of people, so you can't just barge in on him.
That'd be funny if it was a guy. You ever see the movie The Terminal with Tom Hanks, that Indian guy?
Yeah.
He's like, "Do you have an appointment?" He would just he called Mashiach off and said, "Do you have an appointment?"
What a sad movie that was.
It was very sad. Yeah.
So anyway, so there we go. So why on earth would anyone expect access to King Mashiach to be any more lenient? Okay. So. Such a wish or hope is beyond wishful thinking. Fine. Okay. Even God is unapproachable to the angels. Okay, moving on. The prophecies clearly state that during Messianic times, much will be expected of the nations of the world, and any failure or rebellion on their part will be met with terrible consequences. True, all Messianic prophecies speak of a world finally in a utopian state, but arriving at this state and maintaining it is never described as being a simple and easy process. While the Enlightenment is supposed to be enjoyed by a good portion of the world population, not everyone is to be so blessed. True, they will reap the benefits of the Messianic utopian state, but they will still have the ability, if not the will, to rebel. Mashiach will thus maintain order for a very long time with stern vigor. True, they will beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks, and nations will no longer wage war, but where does it say that these events are going to transpire willingly? Just because prophecy states that they are destined to happen, nowhere does prophecy state that they will be destined, that they will be desired to happen. Okay. One thing is clear about the Messianic age. Religion will become a thing of the past. All the world's religions, and those include what he says Judaism, right, will cease to exist in their present forms. The entire human race will be exposed to a grander reality about the universe, our own human past, and our collective human future in the greater universe. Okay? Kabbalistic Messianic prophecies state that during Messianic times, the human race will advance to such a point that the very wall that divides the physical/spiritual divide will finally be broken. Okay? That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
We will be able to interact with what we today call the spiritual on a regular basis, in a very regular way. Spirits, whatever that, will be recognized as another form of actual life, living in a parallel dimension of sorts. No longer will spirituality be a subject of religion, but rather of science. And not science fiction, but actual science fact. This reality alone is what will shatter everything that is old, and usher in upon us all a truly new age for all humanity. But don't think for a minute its revelations will be warmly welcomed and easily embraced. Mm-hmm. As we can see, right?
Yeah. We'll see.
Oh, thanks. Even the coming third temple is not going to be the religious edifice and return to the past that many today think it will be. The oldest tradition in Torah, recorded in the Talmud itself, speaks of a third temple, listen, descending down from heaven fully built, and that it will land on top of an earthquake-adjusted, now very high peak that was once Moriah, the Temple Mount. What that means is there's going to be an earthquake that's going to change the landscape. And now there's going to be a giant mountain that kind of rises up. And that's where this temple is going to land, apparently. When this grandiose edifice is witnessed descending from heaven, what will the witnesses call it? A building? What are they going to call it? Possibly in the UFO invasion mindset, they will be so prevalent at the moment, many will interpret such an event as the landing of a mothership or something. Right? So I pray that I have shown here that the long-awaited coming of Mashiach is not going to be what the vast majority in religious circles think it will be. The dawn of the Messianic era will bring with it tremendous iconoclastic upheavals. Yeah. Almost everything that we all know and believe will be altered, changed, or gone. It will indeed be a whole new world and a fresh page and a new chapter for the continuing saga of humanity. Please, God, let it happen now. Please, just they're never going to be ready, so just do it now.
Yeah. Can I read to you something that was written by an Israeli guy about the Tel Aviv attack?
Yeah.
This is written by this guy, Amichai Ben Sadon, obviously Sephardi guy. I guess that's Moroccan or Persian. He writes, it's entitled, "I may have been able to stop the attack Thursday night, but Israeli police prevented me from doing it." This is just the direct translation. What's that noise?
Yeah. Sorry, no, I put something down.
Okay. Is it just a matter of negligence? Is it again the dream police? Is this a hallucination, the concept of closing in the corner? This is a direct translation. To justify? Or is it deliberate policy, and if so, why? Why? Is it they are afraid of your destruction and those who are fighting against you, the reality? And says, this is how Amichai writes and details in his post. I may have been able to stop the attack Thursday night, but Israeli police prevented me from doing so. On Thursday, we set the guys from the team in order to sit in Tel Aviv, not far from the bar where the attack occurred. I guess he's a cop. I don't get out much to meet the guys from the unit, and it's always fun. And then the terror attack began. My first instinct as a reservist, sorry, he's not a cop, he's a Miluim guy, was to pull the gun I carry with me firmly and attack the terrorist. This is what we were trained to do. In reflex, I sent my hand in the direction of the gun. I forgot for a moment that it wasn't there, because he doesn't have a gun on him.
Yeah.
Because at the same moment I wanted to undermine the touch and stop the terror attack. But the Israel police decided this wasn't a good idea. Police, Israel probably prefers dead Jews, and I don't like Jews defending, and they don't like Jews defending themselves. How do I know this? Because a month ago my wife and I traveled on our way to a pleasant Shabbat and my brothers in Shomron, Samaria. On the exit from Jerusalem, a car entered us, hit us from behind with power, I guess, in a strong way. We went down to see what happened. When I approached to ask for details from the driver, he and another person sitting next to him started yelling at me in Arabic. The guy next to the driver got out of the car and came in the direction of me in a threatening way. I turned around and the driver got out of the car and hit me from behind. One of them choked me in the back, and the other guy joined him and punched me in the face. Imagine yourself for a moment in this situation, okay? You're in the middle of a highway, someone crashes into you from behind, and right after a moment, an Arab chokes you from behind, and the other one punches you in the face and ribs. All this is in front of your woman's eyes, that you scream at them to stop. My biggest fear was that they would come to my gun that was under the coat and use it against us. My thought was that from here I will never leave in life. I won't stay alive. When I started to lose air from choking, sorry, this is a direct translation. I thought about what will happen to my wife when they finish me. He's talking about the guys choking him after the accident. That's where my strength came from. I managed to step the gun with one hand on the belt when I'm bent upside down and both of them are riding over me. I shot one bullet to the floor to discourage them. This is when this is the accident.
Yeah.
The bullet hit the leg of the Arab who punched me in the face. The one who choked me tightened the grip, and I shot him in the leg to be free. I managed to get rid of the terrorist. To the voice of my wife's threatening screams, I walked away from the terrorist and got into the car, and we drove from there quickly. We immediately called number 100 and reported, it's like 911, and reported the attack. We drove straight to the nearest police station to file a complaint, and they caught these scum. Because I'm the best in the story. Because I'm a fighter and a commander and a good citizen who just got attacked by two scumbags, almost to the death. I'm the winner in the story, so to speak. Almost to the death, and what saved my life and my wife's life was the gun that the state of Israel gave me a license to carry because she trusts me for moments like this. It trusts me, like the state. It's a female tent. To protect my family's lives and that of the people of Israel. How innocent we were. Turns out the police of Israel preferred me and my wife dead. Because from this moment we began a shameful journey of negligence and hostility from the Israeli police. From the moment I entered the station to file a complaint, I'm invited when I'm the only source of information from the whole event, yes? Treat me as the last of the criminals. They took my gun, put handcuffs on me, put me in an investigation, and then into a detention cell. This is for him, because he shot those Arabs. I haven't in the leg. I haven't digested what's happening yet, and a new line has arrived from the police dream kingdom Israel. It turns out that the incident took place 10 meters into the judging area of another station, and therefore I have to be moved to a station in my life. I don't know what that means. I was moved with handcuffs in my hands and legs into a caravan, which took me on a journey of a few kilometers to the meeting place with another like a car.
Paddy wagon.
Yeah, paddy wagon. To get me to a station. Just a few hours after they tried to kill me, when I haven't yet digested the traumatic event I went through, after I myself went to file a complaint with the police, they took me out in front of all the people who were there by chance, handcuffed me on my hands and legs like the last of the criminals and put me in another mobile. I've never been so disgraced, or I guess humiliated in my life. I was taken to the station for a few hours of interrogation, that at the end the investigator justified my shooting and released me. A friend took me from there directly to the ER to check the punches from the marks on the punches in my face and ribs. 1 month has passed since this event, and the Israeli police won't give me my gun back. The absurdity that happened to the hero who killed a terrorist in Beersheba is not new. Every person who gets issued a weapon knows that in the event it's true, even if it's obvious that he acted in self-defense, it will need a good lawyer to get out of the event. Last Thursday, I could have maybe saved a life. Maybe I could have spotted the terrorists earlier and ended the incident. I might have saved a life. But the Israeli police seems to be living in peace with the crazy amounts of weapons circulating in the Arab streets, but don't like Jews defending their lives in Israel. They prefer us to be humble. It prefers us to be dead. My gun is still in the shot. Even in the next terrorist attack, I won't be able to save a life. In the meantime, I will continue to make reservations. I will continue loving this country with all my heart. But someone in the Israeli police has to stop for a moment and think, what's going on with them? This madness can't last. So, Naftali Bennett, you called us, the responsible citizens, carrying weapons, to carry them on us. But do you also mean to charge us if we are required to use it? Meanwhile, I want my gun back. And with Israel, I want the confidence to know that Jews are allowed to defend themselves here against terrorism. Dude, it astounds me that Israel doesn't have 2A.
Dude, it's all I've heard, like, the whole time. Like, I've never heard a good thing about the Israeli police. Like, these guys, who are these? I don't want to sound like Seinfeld here.
The guys, who are these people?
Are these?
Well, the guys who work for Israeli police are dimwits. These are people who barely graduated high school, like Arsim. Like the guys themselves, the actual, not the administrator, like the henchmen, so to speak. The Goombas, of the turtles.
Yeah.
That's
Bebop and Rocksteady.
Yeah, well, not even the Goombas. Those turtle guys, the giant, turtle shell, whatever, lizard guys. So, speaking of lizards, like these are the.
I don't know what you're talking about,
dude. In the movie, the Mario Brothers movie.
Okay. You didn't say Mario Brothers.
No, I said Super Mario Brothers.
Oh, the Koopas, right?
They're Goombas. They're like Goombas. They're literally called Goombas. Okay. They're like these they're like these kind of big shouldered, Goombas in the elevator. Remember that scene, Goombas in the elevator, where they're like hiding behind them? I gotta rewatch
that. I haven't seen that movie in years.
You gotta see it with the British guy plays Mario.
Bob Hoskins.
Yeah.
And what's his name is Luigi.
And
John
Leguizamo, which is an amazing casting, by the way.
Yeah.
So they're like behind these giant, whatever. They look like the Nachash guys, but they're like giant shoulders with shoulder pads.
Yeah.
So this is the Israeli police, just regular policemen. The administrators are Arab, bro. Straight up. But the thing is, man, police takes their orders from the State of Israel. The State of Israel doesn't, for some flipping reason, doesn't want citizens to be armed.
What do you mean for some flipping reason? They're socialists.
Yeah.
Socialists don't want their citizens to be able to do anything.
Yeah.
Dude, the Erev Rav has decided, the people who run Israel have decided to dismantle Israel.
Yeah.
They want to make sure that Jews are scared and uncomfortable in Israel.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah. So it's that's what it is, man. That's basically what it is. It's
because if not a they didn't do it.
Yeah. And the thing is, like Naftali Bennett has the audacity to go in front of the country and go, hey everyone who has a gun, birigiti sibel, like carry your, be vigilant with your gun. Really? Who has a gun? The only people who have a gun are people who live in Judea and Samaria. Because they have to have a gun. What about people in Tel Aviv? What, they're not susceptible to attacks? Haifa, Beersheba. Like, Israel proper, what they call,
Yeah.
Like, who has a gun over there? The people who are officers in the army? Like, thank you very much, Mr. Talk. It's just, like, I don't know, how disconnected you have to be. It's just really, it's just all very strange. It's just all very, very strange. Sometimes I wonder, what do they think is going to happen if Israelis have guns? Like, there's going to be a shooting spree? Like, Israelis are going to walk around shooting each other, or what?
No, they think that, well since the Erev Rav, they want horrible attacks to happen against Jews. They want that. Okay? So that won't be able to happen if there's Israelis who protect themselves with guns. I mean, it's really that simple. You're like that guy who can't understand something like very simple. It has to be more complex.
Yeah.
Because I keep telling you the same thing,
Yeah.
and you keep asking the same question.
Yeah.
It's almost like you can't accept the simplicity of it.
Yeah. No, I can accept the simplicity. I just can't accept that it even exists because, again, you have supposedly that it can't be that every person in the government of Israel is like wants this to happen. There are people in the government that.
Well, dude, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How many people are there in government?
In the Israeli government?
Yeah.
I mean, you have the 120 Knesset members, but then you also have like these people who are just like, bureaucrats, people who just sit in offices.
So how many? So let's just off the top of your head, how many?
Thousands of
how
people.
many bureaucrats?
Thousands of people. You're talking about like 10,000 people, something like this.
Okay, so let's say you have 120 people, right?
Yeah.
And let's say you have 1,000 leaders of those 10,000 bureaucrats.
Yeah.
So you have 1,120 people. You're saying that you can't have an evil 1,120 people
Of course you can.
that have embedded themselves into all the positions of power?
Of course you can.
That's exactly what happened.
And the crazy part
that's
is
exactly by the way, that's exactly what is scheduled to happen in the times of Mashiach.
Yeah. I know. Also, the scariest part is that the military brass is full of them. And God forbid.
Yeah.
And God forbid, for them that people have weapons. Because now you've, supposedly made the military, you cut off their testicles, so to speak, You then stop, that guy that came to my house to check on me from Shabak, he's not going to be able to intimidate me anymore. When he calls me from a private number, I don't pick up private numbers, and he asks me, how come you don't pick up private numbers? And I say, I don't, because it's a private number. And he says, next time pick up because it's police. I'm like, you can't tell me what to freaking do.
Yeah.
You can't, an American cop would not be able to do that to me. Even an American cop could not come to my house and say, hi, I just called you, and if you get a private number, pick up because it's me.
No, but you're missing a very important point here.
Yeah, okay.
They're relying on their ability to intimidate you.
Yeah.
Right? So normally they expect that the reaction should be that a person will now be worried, even though it doesn't make any sense and it's irrational.
Yeah.
That's the same tactic that they use with COVID, with everything else.
Yeah. It's astounding, man. I was just like, first of all, how am I supposed to know to pick up? Second of all, tiktol. Like you're here. What are you? You're part of the health ministry. You're part of what exactly? You're outside my house. I'm on my balcony, my merpeset. You're on the. I'm on the second floor. You are on the street, yelling up at me to check on me that I'm home. What if I wasn't home? What would you do? You chase me down and what? Arrest me? Well, I have COVID supposedly, so what, you want to get near me? But it's just, there's nothing here that screams health. Everything here screams only control. That's all it tells me. Meanwhile the Prime Minister is like, no, we're not using, what is it called? The highest level of surveillance that we use for terrorists? Really? Okay. I believe you. Sure. And then you have the former Soviet citizen who was himself a dissident, Yuli Edelstein. He's like they got this guy. You want to talk about, sometimes leftists accuse Israel of that Israel learned from Nazis, and that Israel's supposedly treating Palestinians because they learned from Nazis how to do these things. The Jews learned from Nazis. I feel like Yuli Edelstein learned from KGB how to do this. And it's true. In his case, it's true.
See,
you know what I'm saying?
What's more accurate to say is that Erevav learned from the Nazis how they treated the Jews, so they're using it to treat their Jews.
But I'm saying, this Yuli Edelstein guy who's a religious guy who was a refusnik or whatever he was, a dissident, he learned from the people who did this to him how to treat his fellow Israelis. He didn't start out this way, you understand? And then he started screaming, everybody shut up and take it. Сволочь. You know, it's just, that's what shocked me the most out of all of it. Not BB.
Dude, everybody who is, seriously, everybody who is in government, right? Not just in Israel, but in general, right? They should all be arrested, every single one of them, and then determined to see which one of them is not a criminal.
Yeah.
Just by association, just by the fact that you were a part, that you were somehow functioning within this criminal organization, right? You should be suspect.
Yeah.
All right? And there should be an investigation to see, which one of these people is actually not a criminal. They're all criminals. Mm. It's almost like you can't not be a criminal and be in an did you say what I'm saying? Like Washington, Hollywood, right? There's a filtration system against normal people.
Yeah.
A normal, good person, they don't let that guy near you, near this, this organization.
Yeah.
Or if they do, you're not going to be anywhere in the, near the power. Right? You'll be on the sidelines. You'll be like a token or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's I don't know. I don't want to talk about justice being served. I just want to.
Yeah. Listen, man, can I read to you something that was sent by our friend about with regards to her? I'm not going to mention any names, just Stam, and then we'll just this is a close off. It's on a positive note, I guess, quote unquote positive, but more or productive, let's say. This is a Pesach mitzvah opportunity. In the schut for my father and anyone who needs a refuah, shalom bayit, children finding their partner, parnasa, and anything in between. There's a young gentleman by the name of so-and-so. We met when this journey with my father began in such and such hospital in the New York area. He's amazing. This kid is amazing, has his own inspiring story. He's 18 going on 50. Is a medic volunteer and very involved with Bikur Cholim. For those who attended or watched the Seudah Hodaya, like a meal of thanks, back in whatever month we did in such and such place for my father, Moshe, this guy was an important part and played a huge part in saving my father. He called almost every day and gave me a kind of hizuk I needed, and sometimes I would wonder, can this kid who can be my son really be 18? It was all from Hashem. To get to the point, we became close and have stayed in touch. A few months ago, he became close to a gentleman he met also in the hospital, 49 years old, who unfortunately has so many ailments, is divorced, doesn't really have family so much who can help, and was in need of help because of his illness. He started passing out on the street in doctors' offices, etc., in doctors' offices, and in the school for my dad, myself and others were helping him get by while he was dealing with the health crisis. He was a hard worker in his company B&H and supporting his son who actually lives in Miami with his mother as they're divorced unfortunately, and he does everything to pay the bills for his son, his school, etc. He hasn't seen his son almost for a year and finally has an opportunity to spend Pesach with him in Miami. We have been collecting funds for him to make his Passover with his son special. This is huge zchut to be able to give him a Passover with dignity with his son who will forever remember this. His son is 14 years old. I have donated and so is my friend such and such. So-and-so is a well-to-do guy who I know. And the zchut for my father. We are still $800 short. And if you feel this opportunity vibes with you, there is a Zelle I will share. Maybe I'll share the Zelle with in the YouTube. Any amount matters. 18, 36, 54, 180. All is welcome by any sums in between. Collectively, we can make this man's dreams come true. While we sit at the table, we can feel good that we did such a good deed to help someone create a beautiful hug. Also, his name for davening, should I say his name? Eliyahu Ben Nami. And such and such email, that's the Zelle. The Zelle will be under the name of such and such, and the notes write Passover for Eliyahu. Huge thank you to all. Tizku l'mitzvos. That's basically it. So it's just like a thing that I'll post, I guess. Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
So, I mean, I'm going to have to delay our stopping of the episode because I just wanted to read a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so so this is the defense against the dark arts class in our Hogwarts. Okay, so the last thing that we touched upon was we were talking about the different types of tarot cards, symbols, right? So this is from the book Cinema Symbolism, written by Robert W. Sullivan IV. Okay, he's a expert in symbolism. He's like Robert Langdon, but real. From the Dan Brown. Okay, he's a Freemason, and he's a very, very learned man. Okay, now, so the last thing we read was so we have this idea of the major and the minor arcana, Arcana, arcana of the tarot, the cards, right? Yeah. And these are archetypical representations of the Jungian collective unconscious. And their esoteric iconography is incorporated into the personalities of some of cinema's most memorable figures. Yeah. Okay, so we have to create like an index of like subjects so we can like kind of like guide people where like which episodes. We got a lot of work to do with these episodes, because like anyway. So it continues. The Hermetic science par excellence is alchemy. Okay, the famous Emerald Tablet. You ever heard of this, Greg? The Emerald Tablet.
I heard the word.
Yeah. So the Bible. Okay, so it is the Bible of the alchemist. The Bible of alchemist thought is attributed to this character named Hermes Trismegistus, and it gives in a mysterious, compact form the philosophy of the all and the one. Quote: "That which is above is like that which is below. And as all things have been derived from one, so all things are born from this thing." Okay, so the Hermetic maxim of "as above, so below" enters Freemasonry, since it is Hermes who restores the 7 liberal arts and sciences, which, by the way, Rabbi Bax talks about this. Okay, so he restores the 7 liberal arts and sciences by correctly pronouncing, listen to this, the Tetragrammaton in the vault of Enoch. Yeah. Are you following this?
Yeah.
It is from these 7 liberal arts and sciences that Freemasonry originates. In terms of modern engineering, quote, "as above, so below," unquote, implies that buildings of significance feature astral alignments, meaning they're lined up with the stars. Okay? To draw upon heavenly influences. For example, the cornerstone of the United States Supreme Court building was laid on October 13th, 1932. Thus aligning the building to the great astrological scales of justice, Libra, which houses the sun from September 23rd to October 22nd. In the Renaissance, a new style of alchemia became associated with the new magia of Christian Kabbalah, Kabbalah with a C. Queen Elizabeth I, I'm sorry?
No, it's just hilarious the way they...
I know, right? It's good. So Queen Elizabeth I, she lived 1533 to 1603, right? Her astrologer was a famous guy named Dr. John Dee. Famous historical figure, okay? So he's a product of this philosophy, as is the famed mystic Paracelsus. Paracelsus was actually, he's a character that was played in a lot of like shows that featured like supernatural stuff. Anyway, Dee's Irish psychic sidekick, Edward Kelly, that is definitely a mouthful. Dee's Irish psychic sidekick, Edward Kelly, was also a disciple of this occultism. Dee is most likely the drafter of two of the Rosicrucian, which is a prototypical Masonic philosophical secret society, manifestos. Okay, so he was likely the drafter of 2 Rosicrucian manifestos. Okay, the Fama Fraternitatis and the Confessio Fraternitatis.
Yeah.
These 2 Rosicrucian manifestos caused an immense furor across all of Europe. Their esoteric imagery, while calling for a universal spiritual and cultural reformation across the continent, right? That's why they got upset, because it was calling for a reformation. Paracelsus's alchemical thought is related to the conception of logos, or the word, right? As found in the Corpus Hermeticum. Okay, and also it's a Christian Kabbalistic interpretation. Fine. Logos, or the alchemical word, is a vital component in Freemasonry. The quote-unquote lost word of a master mason, unquote, goes missing upon the death of Hiram of Biff in the 3rd degree Blue Lodge ritual. Okay, hold on. But it is recovered in the red capitular higher degrees in a ceremonial known as the Royal Ark of Enoch. Alchemy itself contains symbolic meaning. One of its prime doctrines is the transmutation of base metal into gold via possession of the philosopher's stone. An occult hermetic device that makes this change possible. While gold itself symbolizes... By the way, all this stuff is in Harry Potter, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay? Alchemy, I mean, she used everything that we're talking about, all these rituals, all these like symbols, are all built into that story.
Yeah.
Okay. Alchemy, or the transmutation of base metal to gold, is a metaphor for turning ignorance, which is the base metal, right? Or darkness, into sublime wisdom, or golden enlightenment. Okay? Excuse me. Concepts relating to numerology, Freemasonry, folklore, even Satanism, and astrology, legends, and mythology will all be presented in this book. The mystical philosophies and theologies of Aleister Crowley, written by Eliphas Levi, and Madame Helena P. Blavatsky, also materialize in film. Okay. In most cases, film sequels are not planned.
Can I pause you for a second? You sound like you want me to, I'm just listening, by the way. I'm just...
No, I know. I can hear that you're not falling asleep.
I'm not falling asleep. I'm listening. You sound like you want me to respond.
No. I'm just kind of checking in on you every now and then.
I don't have I'm listening to this because I don't have the background in any of this. Therefore, I don't have anything to reference it to. I don't even have shtick.
I know. I'm just waiting for him to get to the movies. Everything that we've read so far is basically an intro.
I get it. Okay.
So in most cases, film sequels are not planned.
Okay.
If a movie is released and does not perform well at the box office, a sequel is not made. Right? The James Bond movies aside, if a movie becomes a smash hit and a sequel or sequels are made, it is the first film that contains the most symbolism. The reason is obvious. Since a sequel is not anticipated, right, the director and producer incorporate the proper symbolism in the first movie, which they know they are making. The reader of this book should be cognizant that some chapters contain summaries of the actual films when the author feels it is necessary. In some cases, the plot must be revealed since the storyline, inter alia, I don't know what that means, is of symbolic importance. This is especially true for movies that feature Joseph Campbell's monomyth, or the hero's journey.
Real quick, inter alia means among other things.
Okay. In a very hoity-toity way.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. I love that hoity-toity. I only heard that recently. Okay. So the reader is now put on notice from here on out, the spoiler alert is on. Okay, so what he's basically saying is, spoiler alert, I'm going to tell you about movies if you haven't seen them yet. So, whatever. Okay, so then he shows, there's like a symbol here that says Society of Jesus, IHS 1540. This is the seal of the Society of Jesus, a.k.a. the Jesuits. You ever heard of this organization?
Yeah.
Yeah. The cross symbolizes either the terrestrial cross formed by the two equinoxes, winter and summer, and solstices, vernal and autumnal, or the celestial cross formed by the constellations Aquarius, Leo, Scorpio, and Taurus. Alternatively, the cross is formed by the two solstices and two equinoxes. Okay, so this is not going to be understood. Okay, fine. That was all like a description of a graphic. You guys, it's not going to make sense to you. Okay, this book opens with a symbolic analysis of the horror classic, The Exorcist. Finally, it gets to a movie. In cinema, demonic evil is exalted in autumn and winter, right? When the northern hemisphere, the sun is farthest from the earth. Since the sun is in decay, the earth plummets into the cold darkness associated with this time of year. A young Regan MacNeil, Linda Blair, becomes possessed by a demon, right? The devil or something like that. And then you have two Jesuits. Oh, that's why he showed the Jesuits. Okay. You have two Jesuits, which are a solar magisterium, right?
Yeah.
They are dispatched to exorcise the brooding evil. Damien Karras, who's played by Jason Miller, is the Jesuit who successfully exorcises the demon from Regan. During the exorcist, he is constantly seen in a state of ascension, representing a divine rising sun, typifying a virtuous hero archetype. In the gloomy New York City, Father Karras climbs steps to a subway platform from 33rd Street, signifying, well, from the Apollonic hero guys like Jesus, right? Which is said to be 33 years on earth. Okay? So Jesus was 33 years old when he was apparently crucified, becoming mankind's dying savior, just like all the other sun symbols, sun heroes. This numerological symbolism links Karras to Jesus, foreshadowing Karras' transformation into an apotheosized savior who sacrifices himself to liberate Regan from demonic possession. The number 33, however, is contradicted immediately after it appears on screen.
Yeah.
After leaving, because it represents Jesus, apparently, in this one. After leaving the subway platform, Karras walks down a New York street, and the word "quit" can be seen spray painted outside the entrance to his mother's apartment. This represents his skepticism and doubt about God and religion that permeates the film. Although Karras is Regan's savior, his lack of faith is further symbolized when he falls down a steep flight of stairs to his death, allegorizing his own fall from grace and spiritual death. Other concealed imagery of this nature can be found in The Exorcist. For example, when Regan's mother, Chris MacNeil, played by Ellen Burstyn, angrily speaks on the phone to a switchboard operator in Rome, the burning ciders in her fireplace typify her anger and frustration. Similar hidden metaphors can also be found in the Omen trilogy, which is the subject matter of the second chapter. Now listen to this. Monty Python and the Holy Grail is the domain of chapter 3. The Arthurian legend is a solar allegory, which was explained by this author in his first book, The Royal Arch of Enoch, which contained an astrological analysis of the film Excalibur. Have you ever seen Excalibur?
I don't remember. I know what it is, but I don't remember.
It's this crazy. It was an 80s movie, so it was like awesome. It was really super dark and weird. And you can see all the Christian symbolism in the movie, by the way. But anyway, so King Arthur symbolizes the sun, while the round table represents the zodiac wheel. Right? So the 12 or 24 Arthurian knights appropriately sit at the round table, representing the 12 houses of the zodiac. and or their diurnal and nocturnal phases. King Arthur, the Grail quest, Lancelot, and Guinevere are all part of the collective unconscious. It's no surprise that Holy Grail from Monty Python features astrological and astro-theological allegories. Notably, absent from Monty Python's take on the Arthurian myth is the character of Morgana Le Fay. In keeping with solar allegory and Jungian archetypes, Morgana is the house of Libra, which is ruled by the planet Venus. Okay? The first day of the autumnal equinox occurs in Libra. Thereby the sun begins to enter death, foreshadowing the winter months. Fine. When a feminine character represents Libra, she appears as a trickster or as a charlatan who deceives the masculine sun, sending it into death or into the winter months, right? Another example of a malevolent trickster goddess is Lilith, who incarnates in the movie Black Swan. Lilith, simply put, is a dark and coquettish version of Sophia. Okay? The Egyptology of the Back to the Future trilogy is explained in Chapter 5 and Chapter 4. The first film in the trilogy contains the most esoterica. However, the entire trilogy is a modern retelling of the Egyptian Osirian cycle. Amazing. There is much concealed symbolism in this trilogy. Even Emmett Doc Brown's address is of a numerological significance. The original Brown estate, you know Doc Brown?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Seen in Back to the Future is 1640 Riverside Drive. The numeric address of 1640 is an occult reference to the year 1640. It was in 1640 that the French inventor and mathematician Blaise Pascal demonstrated the properties of the hexagrammum mysticum. Hexagrammum mysticum in his French-sounding book, Essai pour les chroniques. I don't know what the hell it is, okay? Which he sends to French mathematician, theologian, and philosopher Marine Mersenne. In projective geometry, Pascal's theorem, he's a famous mathematician, by the way. Pascal's theorem of hexagrammum mysticum states that if an arbitrary 6 points are chosen on a conic ellipse, parabola, or hyperbola, and joined by line segments in any order to form a hexagon, then the 3 pairs of opposite sides of the hexagon meet in 3 points, which lie on a straight line, called the Pascal line of the hexagon. This is essentially the birth of quantum mechanics, which, according to Albert Einstein, allows for the possibility of time travel. Pascal's theorem is valid in the Euclidean plane, but the statement needs to be adjusted to deal with the special cases when opposite sides are parallel. I'm going to end pretty soon. If two pairs of opposite sides are parallel, then all 3 pairs of opposite sides form pairs of parallel lines, right? And there is no Pascal line in the Euclidean plane. So in this case, the line at infinity of the extended Euclidean plane is the Pascal line of the hexagon. Okay, so the tripartite nature of Pascal's line is signified by the triangular flux capacitor.
Dude, can I pause here for 1 second? You know, my friend and I were, the guy I spent Shabbos by, he's talking about becoming Baal Tshuva and growing up in America, and we were just asking the question, like, what did we really learn? What did they teach us in school? They didn't teach us anything about life and this and that. But it's funny, like, whenever you read this whole, all these mathematical, all this stuff about math and gematria, I realized that, like, at the very least, the fact that, I don't know where you were in high school, like, I had advanced math and I had, like, calculus, So I at least have this background. Not that I'm a freaking math genius, not that I'm, like, even close to this Pascal or whomever else, Descartes, all these people. But, like, if for no other reason, just to understand this.
Good. Maybe you can explain it to me then.
Okay.
Okay. So,
yeah.
so no, but okay, so like,
Well,
like,
can I read to you? I mean, this is from the mainstream sites of that talked about what Pascal actually.
Just a moment.
Okay.
But here's the point of that whole Pascal hexagon.
Can you get? Yeah, can you please get to the point, because it's just very long-winded. It's very long-winded.
It literally,
it's not your
before
fault.
you interrupted me.
Yeah.
Actually, I got to the point when you interrupted me.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so this whole thing, all of these like geometric stuff, right, which has to do with time travel, right? Do you remember in the movie in Back to the Future?
Okay.
Do you remember the flux capacitor? The
Yes.
flux capacitor.
Flux capacitor.
That's what it's the shape of. What he's describing.
Yeah.
Okay, so his address in the movie and the flux capacitor, the shape, the look of it, is all a reference to this, this Pascal, this whole magic thing going on over here. Okay, so the tripartite nature of Pascal's line is signified by the triangular flux capacitor, which, when activated, formulates a quantum line of infinity, departing Pascal's line in the Euclidean plane, thereby allowing for a breach of space-time and making time manipulation possible. Emmett Brown invents the flux capacitor at his appropriately numerical 1640 address in Hill Valley. Okay. All right, so that's it. So now, next time we pick up, we're going to talk about the Wizard of Oz a little bit, I guess.
Well,
okay.
1640, man. You know how old Pascal was in 1640?
How?
He was 17 years old. He passed away at the age of 39.
Yeah.
You could say he was an Eloi. She says, during this time he developed a new theorem, mathematical formula that can be proven in geometry. He sometimes referred to his theorem as mystic hexagram. Yeah, so it was quite different from geometry that dealt with measured properties of figures. It was the foundation of an important at the time, and at the time, almost entirely undeveloped branch of mathematics. In 1640, at age 16, Pascal wrote a book called Essay on Conics. It dealt with the geometry of cones. He gave the mystic hexagram central importance in this book. At the age of 19, Pascal invented a calculating machine. He was able to add and subtract by having a person move a series of gears and cylinders. This is an early form of a computer. Let's see. So I want to look up this, more in depth about this mystic hexagram. This is like Berkeley. This is the only thing that Berkeley did right. Yes, he says, you already read this, but, Pascal's interest in conic sections most likely came about from his love of geometry and his association with Tacs, who was a great contributor to the study of conics. In his essay, Pascal expresses gratitude to the teachings and writings of Tacs. Pascal's study of conics follows the theory of Tacs. I don't know who this is. The generation of conic sections is described by Pascal in the first portion of his work. A cone is constructed with a circle, a fixed point in space not on the plane of a circle, and a straight line through the point and the circumference of the circle. The line moves around the circumference of the circle, generating a conic surface. The surface of the two cones generated stretch out to infinity. Next, Pascal introduces a plane that also extends infinitely. Thus, the two figures will meet with the plane cutting the cone. It can do this in 6 different ways, producing 6 different sections: a point, a straight line, an angle, a closed figure, a circle or ellipse, a parabola or hyperbola. Next, Pascal describes the properties of what he calls the hexagram mystique. So it's basically describing how you make a cone, like in a 2-dimensional space to depict a 3-dimensional object. Every conic section corresponds to a hexagon. Pascal's famous theorem, also known as the mystic hexagram, states if any 6-sided, 6-angled figure is inscribed in any conic section, and the sides of the hexagon thus produced are projected beyond the section, the pairs of opposite sides will meet in 3 points, all of which lie in a straight line. Take any conic section, say a circle, then inscribe a hexagon inside the circle. Next, extend the sides of the hexagon. 3 points P, Q, R, where the pairs of opposite sides meet, lie in a straight line. So this is an illustration. Alternatively, one can also inscribe a hexagon in a circle and draw the lines from each vertex to the 2 opposite vertices, points P, Q, R, where the lines meet in a straight line. Pascal never proved this theorem. He simply stated that the results follow from this guy's work. He completed his treatise on conics, but why it was never published is not known. After his death, his nephew sent the treatise to Leibniz to examine and deem whether or not it was in a state that could be published. After the papers were returned, they disappeared. All that is known of this work is what is told by Leibniz. He copied the introduction of the treatise, which was published in the Essai. Leibniz categorized Pascal's treatise into 6 sections. The second section further discusses the mystic hexagram and its properties. The third discusses tangents and lines joining their intersecting points. The fourth deals with secants and tangents. The fifth concerns the determination of conic sections passing through given points or conics tangent to given lines. The last section deals with, I don't know what happens. This is all like for people who are like PhDs in math. Blah 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 blah. Whatever. It's interesting. So basically, he made this thing, but it was never like academically published. Actually, but this guy was like insane. He was like 17 years old. See, he says, apparently he had an accident on a horse, which he survived. So he says he became very religious. He started writing about God. So he says after another religious conversion, that's actually when he fell off his horse, 1654, in which Pascal fully committed himself to God. His writings were primarily of philosophical nature. In 1656, he finished the Provincialis, a series of letters on religion. In 1657, he began the Apology, which the Pensies is all he was able to complete before his death. In the latter half of 1661, Pascal fell ill, and by June of next year, he was so ill he moved in with, I don't know who this person is, Gilbert. Blaise Pascal died of an undiagnosed illness. I mean, supposedly he had cancer or something. I don't know. In August 19, 1662. And he was 39 years old. It's interesting. What do you think?
I think that everybody you mentioned, Leibniz, Pascal, some of these guys were all like part of this, these mystery schools that we keep talking about.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's amazing, man. Like I remember I'll tell you something. I remember sitting in math class, right, in high school, and the teacher brings up Descartes' theory of such and such, Pascal's theory of such and such. This, whatever. It's all these like French guys, usually French.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, how did they just? I mean, it's explained that like supposedly these guys would go all the way back to the Masorah of the Greeks, the math, and they would expound on that. The problem is that in order to expound on I've been thinking about this since I'm like 17 years old. In order to expound on anything, you have to have like you can't just like generate things from nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like it almost seems like these guys generated. It seems like at face value that they generated things from nothing, but it's obviously not true.
Okay, so let me give you an example.
Something came and gave it to them, because you have to be a genius.
Have you ever heard of Ramanujan?
Who? No.
Srinivasa Ramanujan, Indian mathematician.
No, I have not.
The Goodwill Hunting was based off of his... Okay. So, let's see. So, Srinivasa Ramanujan, born...
By the way, Pascal obviously made Pascal's wager. It's like the thing of... Pascal's wager, right?
Sounds familiar.
Pascal's wager is like basically a person who will... it's an argument for the belief of God that if God is... See, it says, here's a chart, the way it works. Basically, it posits that human beings wager with their lives that God either exists or doesn't exist. So if God exists, then argues that an irrational person should live as though God exists and seek to believe in God. If God does not exist, such a person will have only a finite loss and pleasures and luxury. Whereas if God does exist, he stands to receive infinite gains as represented by eternity in heaven and avoid infinite loss. So it's kind of like a very Christian kind of thought. But that's it's like the wager. The original wager was set out in Pascal's posthumously published Pensées Thoughts, an assembly of previously unpublished notes. Pascal's wager charted new territory, probability theory, decision theory, existentialism, pragmatism, and voluntarism. Sees again a lot of counter-arguments, such as proof of the existence of God, blah, blah, blah. It's all this whole thing. It's very kind of, because it's like you get a reward. It's with the premise that there's a reward, so that, it says, there's a chart. On the top it says, we believe in God, yes. So, God exists, no. We believe in God, wasted time. So it's like you wasted time and effort if you believe in God, but there is no God, so you wasted time and effort. You wasted, like in our case, we wasted time doing all these mitzvahs and putting boxes on our head. If we believe in God and God does exist, then it's eternal salvation, from the Christian standpoint. If we believe in God, no, and God does exist, time spent usefully. So anyway, you spent your time usefully. If you believe in God, you don't believe in God, and God does exist. God doesn't exist. Sorry, you spent your time usefully. If you believe in God and God does exist, it's eternal damnation. So which wager do you want to? What do you want? What do you want to pick out of these 4 boxes? Right? So it's like that's the wager. You know what I mean? Right. So.
No, it makes sense on a certain level. Yeah.
So in our case, it's like, at worst, we wasted our time. At best, we get eternal. It's like, either we wasted our time, or at best, we get eternal salvation. If we don't believe in God, at best, because God doesn't exist, so, if we don't believe in God and God doesn't exist, at best, we just spent our time usefully, our finite time, but then we're screwed in eternity. If God does exist.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's this whole thing, whatever, it's this whole rubric. So that's Pascal's wager.
So we know how some people have wagered.
Yes.
So let me just quickly tell you about this Ramanujan period, okay?
Yeah.
So in mathematics, there's a distinction between insight and formulating or working through a proof. Ramanujan proposed an abundance of formula that could be investigated later in depth. G.H. Hardy said that Ramanujan's discoveries are unusually rich and that there is often more to them than initially meets the eye. As a byproduct of his work, new directions of research were opened up. Examples of the most intriguing of these formulas include the infinite series for pi, one of which is given below. Okay, Ramanujan's series of pi converges extraordinarily rapidly and forms the basis of some of the fastest algorithms currently used to calculate pi. Truncating the sum to the first term also gives the approximation of a bunch of numbers, which is correct to 6 decimal places. Truncating it to the first 2 terms gives it a correct value. It gives a value correct to 14 decimal places. Okay. So see also the Ramanujan-Sato series. Okay. One of Ramanujan's remarkable capabilities was the rapid solution of problems illustrated by the following anecdote about an incident in which P.C. Mahalanobis posed a problem. These are all famous mathematicians. Imagine that you're on a street with houses marked 1 through N. There is a house in between, X, such that the sum of the house numbers to the left of it equals the sum of the house numbers to its right. If N is between 50 and 500, what are N and X? This is a bivariate problem with multiple solutions. Ramanujan thought about it and gave the answer with a twist. Maybe he's related to Shamalama Ding Dong. Right? What a twist. He gave a continued fraction. Okay, he gave a continued fraction. The unusual part was that it was the solution to the whole class of problems. Mahalanobis was astounded and asked how he did it. He said, "It is simple. The minute I heard the problem, I knew that the answer was a continued fraction. Which continued fraction, I asked myself? Then the answer came to my mind." Ramanujan replied. Okay, fine. So there's a whole bunch of stuff like this. It's possible he contributed more to math in the 20th century than possibly anybody. Okay? So listen to this. Ramanujan has been described as a person of a somewhat shy and quiet disposition a dignified man with pleasant manners. He lived a simple life at Cambridge. Ramanujan's first Indian biographers described him as a rigorously orthodox Hindu. Mm-hmm. He credited his acumen to his family goddess, Namagiri Tayar. Mm-hmm. Okay? He looked to her for inspiration in his work and said he dreamed of blood drops that symbolized her consort, Narasimha. Okay. Later, he had visions of scrolls of complex mathematical content unfolding before his eyes. He often said, "An equation for me has no meaning unless it expresses a thought of a god." Mm-hmm. Hardy cites Ramanujan as remarking that all religions seem equally true to him. Hardy further argued that Ramanujan's religious belief had been romanticized by Westerners and overstated. Okay, fine. But anyway, he did say that he had visions of this goddess who unfolded for him scrolls with the mathematical theories that he presented. Mm-hmm. That goes to what you were saying. Yeah. Were you asking, where do they get this from?
Yeah.
They have contact with entities.
Yeah.
That's what Tesla said too.
Yeah. Sure.
Even Einstein said that he had visions where he did thought experiments, where he had like visions of him riding on he was riding on a light beam. And these things came to him in visions and in dreams and stuff like that. So many of these guys claim that. Yeah. Also, they were many of them were initiated into these, like this guy, he was, he knew his Hindu stuff, right?
By the way, can I depress you for a second?
Oh, sure, please.
Okay, never mind. Sorry, premature. Macron, the French election's coming up, so Macron, for some reason I thought it was today. It's going to be on the 24th. A runoff between the top two candidates on April 24th. Marie Le Pen, the right-wing, I guess, nationalist, you could say, versus this freaking...
Grandma's boy.
Versus Grandma's boy. Блядь. Чтоб он сдох. Anyway, go on. Go on.
No, that's okay. I was just saying that for the folks at home, he wished Macron a happy life.
Yes.
Anyway, so okay. So basically, all these people had some initiation. Like this guy Ramanujan, he was initiated into his. He knew Hinduism well. He understood it well. Okay. So again, that's just more archetypical. Mystery school, where they use archetypes to tell their stories and stuff like that. And that connects them to the archetypes, which they communicate with through kind of strange means, right? That's how they get that's how they do it, Greg. That's the answer.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you.
They said so. They literally said so.
Thank you for clearing that up.
You're welcome. What else were we supposed to talk about?
Well, we're at 4 hours, man. I mean, I think we're good.
It's long. What about long form? Don't you understand? Right?
Exactly.
Have you ever heard of long form?
Dude, that was like I didn't even know what to say to this person. I'm just like, okay, thank you for the advice. You know what I realized in this world, especially in the Jewish world? Everybody has advice. Everybody knows everything. Everybody knows everything about shidduchim. Everybody knows everything about parnasa. I'd
like to clarify. I don't know anything about any of those things.
I know. I'm just saying, I've met so many people who know how, I'm supposed to, what's the right path in terms of hashkafa, within religious world. I've met so many people who know exactly what I'm supposed to do, how I'm supposed to you kind of know me at least, so you give me advice based on certain things that you know about me in terms of what kind of girl I should meet. These people meet me within 5 minutes, and they have.
Dude, I'm the only one telling you.
Yeah.
Marry hot and marry young.
No,
right?
So, well, slightly younger than me, right? So like, or like more younger.
No.
Way
no,
younger,
no.
way younger. You're saying.
When I said young, I mean young, dude.
Yeah.
I mean like
Yeah.
26, 27. Why not?
It's not why not. The problem, dude. Again, the problem is I in a.
No. Let's not get into it. I just wanted to point out that I wanted you to marry a hot young chick.
That's fine. You're the only one saying this. Yes. To your credit.
Thank you.
So,
thank you.
We're putting aside all the Gen Z problems, but yes, to your credit, so all these people. Oh, you know, this guy told me like at Shabbos, you get into a certain age, and you're gonna meet women with kids, and you're gonna this, and you're gonna that. I'm like, I'm not gonna do anything. This guy's 47 years old. He's in a Brady Bunch situation. He had 3 kids from his previous life. Why?
Baruch Hashem, you just reminded me of Dave Attell so much just now.
Why?
It was almost like a Dave Attell routine.
Dude, no, because
He's talking about he goes, listen, I don't understand why people go to clubs. I don't like the kind of music. Yeah. All right. Every time, every one of these songs, you got to work here. You got to do it.
Yeah.
He goes, I don't got to do anything. I don't like being ordered around by my music.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I remember seeing that live, by the way, in Comedy Cellar, by the way.
He's great. He's a legend.
So this guy, I'm sitting with him, whatever, because I actually asked for his advice in a certain aspect, but he just goes to me, because he's telling me about his whole situation. The guy got divorced, and now, Baruch Hashem, he found, his wife, he goes, I'm with a person who I actually, we like each other as human beings. As opposed to, how I got married the first time, where I just kind of, pushed into, whatever, I thought I had to get married, whatever it is.
Yeah.
The whole rabbinical nonsense. So, he had 3 kids with his first wife, and he met this woman who has 3 kids from her previous marriage, and then they have a kid together now. So he's 47 years old, and it just didn't even dawn on him, because he's like, how old are you? I'm like, 41. He's like, oh, so you could, you'll meet a 40-year, you'll probably meet, it's okay, you could meet a 40-year-old woman. I'm like, it didn't dawn on him that I want to have kids. It didn't dawn on him. I don't know if he knew if I had kids or not, or did he realize, or if he realized I don't have kids?
Dude, people are mindless. They really are. They don't.
Either they're mindless or they're thinking about from their own, kind of what they would want, their own perspective. They don't really give a crap about. They don't want to tailor the advice for you. They want to tailor the advice based on. It's just the same thing with businesses, people who have their own fear, and you tell them, I'm starting my own business. Oh, that's not, I know a guy who tried that and it failed, it's probably going to fail, and, they're giving you advice from their own fears. It's never objective. It's never ever objective.
What another problem is? That people who give advice, they've made a lot of concessions.
Yeah.
Right?
For sure.
And then they expect other people
to be as miserable as them.
Not to be as miserable as them, but they can't, you know what I mean? You can't say to them, dude, I'm not going to settle the way you did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? That's going to be mean, right?
Yeah.
Most people don't say that, but then they don't.
What do you
know.
mean? You mean you're saying I can't say to them? Oh, I've said to them into their face.
No, I'm saying it might
I'm
be better not
mean. When it comes to that, bro, I'm not mean. I'm just blunt as hell, and blunt as a blunt force object.
What I'm saying is this. Just I'm talking about it from their perspective.
Yeah.
They don't. You know what I mean? On some semi-conscious level, right? Some people don't want to see. Very rarely do you hear someone say, "Don't make the same mistake I did."
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I did get that, by the way. Some cool guys, you know, but probably not most of them.
Dude, there's guys that have told me. Some of them are Masorti, traditional guys. They literally just say, I mean, you told me the other day, but I understand what you meant when you said it. Just have kids. It doesn't mean just have kids and marry anybody, and if you get divorced, then so be it. This is what these people, I told you this is what these people are telling me.
No, I said marry a hot broad.
Yeah.
Arm candy.
Yeah.
Have a great time making kids.
Yeah.
And then deal with the legal consequences. At least you got your kids done.
No, but even that, dude, again, man, listen, I was talking to this guy, and I Dafka asked him about, what is that noise? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't hear a noise.
Okay. Ching Chang Chong, get out of here.
I was waiting for that. I was like, oh, maybe he wasn't going to do it today.
Ching Chang Chong works for the. No, I was just about to. He knows I was about to talk about the court system that is stacked against men.
Right.
And I asked this guy, I'm like, so, because he started telling me about how, like, when he moved to wherever he lives now, like, basically he moved to Florida from New York area, and how he wanted to, I guess one of his sons, the one that he shares with his ex, already, like, hit 13, and then the son basically expressed a desire to go with his dad, because there's better schools here, whatever it is. He goes, up until that point, we were actually fine. Everything was fine. We were amicable. And then World War III began. As soon as my son wanted to go with me, down to here, World War III began. And I go, so what about the court system? This? He goes, listen, for the right amount of money, you can get your way. In the, from the court. I'm like, that's nice. So you can't get your way otherwise. You cannot, there is no law, there is nothing, there is no legal mechanism that you can use, like, just for like a minimal amount of money to show that you're the father and that the child needs a father in his life an equal amount of time. You need to pay $100,000 to demonstrate, or I don't know how much money, I'm just using a number out of my ass, to demonstrate that you are a good father and that your son or your daughter needs a father. Like, this is the system that we are operating in. It's the devil who created this. And then there are lawyers who work within that, who are
for the devil.
Who are really work for the devil. These are like, suppose they think they're good people. I don't know in what realm they, there's judges who are presiding over this. Psychologists, family, whatever, therapists, social workers. These people need to be sent to hell. They need to be thrown in a fire pit and flayed alive, screaming for what they're doing.
That's a lot.
It is a lot, dude. I have friends who are at their mercy, and I look at them, and I don't know, and I think the people that are doing this to them, to my friends, deserve that fate. Они ничего не сделали плохого, my friends. My friends didn't do anything wrong. They did the crime of having sex and having a child and getting married. That was their crime here on earth. Am I out of bounds here or what?
No, you're not out of bounds. You make total sense, except I don't believe that the flaying and all that kind of stuff is what... Nobody wants to see that.
Okay, so what do you think should happen?
Here's what I think should happen. Mashiach should come, okay? And then whatever happens to them, let God take care of it, and let's just move on and with happiness.
I guess.
That's what I say.
But it just happens over and over again to men all over the world, all over America at least. I don't know about the rest of the world. It's happening over and over again, dude. You heard Ari Spears, dude. Can I just play for the audience the whole Ari Spears skit, which is more of like a TED talk? You know what I'm talking about, right?
I don't, but
okay.
Let's hear it.
Let's listen. It's 6 minutes. This is a valuable 6 minutes of our life. We should listen. Everybody should listen to this. It's in my humble opinion. Okay.
Okay.
Let's play that.
To the story. All I'm trying to say is, ladies, do not underestimate the value of your bodies. I know a lot of y'all want men to respect you for what's up here and what's in here.
You can hear, right?
It's going to sound very misogynistic.
Yeah.
This is the realest shit I can ever tell you. Your power's not over here or in here.
He's pointing to his crotch.
Yeah.
This is how powerful pussy really is. No woman in this country should ever be broke. Look, yeah, that's the honesty. Some of y'all don't even know how to respond to that. I ain't no fucking hoe. You're looking at the glass half full, trying to point out your advantage. As long as you got titties, ass, and pussy, there is a man out there somewhere that'll fund your way through life.
Exactly.
Every woman in here is sitting on a scholarship. Ladies,
he's like a poor man's.
That's a hell of a hustle y'all got. Really, it is. Y'all can suck the right dick and be taken care of for life. Ain't a man in here that don't wish he could lick the right tit and be alright. And they had TV
This
shows
was a little
dedicated to
dirty.
this hustle.
What'd you
Was there
say?
one show on VH1?
What'd you say?
This might be a little dirty.
It's
This might
okay.
be-
No, it's okay. It's whatever.
What about the basketball ladies? What they call that? Lucky bitches, yeah.
You just yell out
I would
random
love
things.
for them to
and
have
you're
said that one time in the name of honesty. Next week on Lucky Bitches. And I'm not just shooting shit to the breeze. I'm talking from experience because I recently went through a divorce. And ladies, let me let you know, between that child support and that alimony, that shit is unfairly and unjustly set up for y'all to win. That's y'all's hustle. Because the judge ordered me to pay my baby mama $30,000 a month.
Listen to
Now
this.
here's what was crazy about that. We knew for a fact that $5,000 took care of everything. My son's necessities, all the bills and the whatnots. They gave her the other $25,000 simply because it was available. You pay based on what you make as opposed to what's necessary. P. Diddy got 2 baby mamas. He paid them both $90,000 a month apiece. And fellas, did you know when you get a divorce, you are legally and financially responsible for her attorney's fees and yours? She don't pay a dime. And a divorce can take anywhere from 1 to 3 years to finalize. I was a year and a half in, and I was $175,000 in lawyer fees. Nita was still running. So ladies, when you think that men don't want to get married because we're afraid of commitment, we're afraid of divorce.
Yep.
Divorce for a man is like getting raped in the police station while the cops watch and don't help.
Amazing.
And when a judge tells you $30,000 of money, shit you can do about it but bend over and bite down on that rag. Well, actually, fellas, I take that back. There is something you can do about it. But if you're going to go there, you better make sure you and your best friend's stories match.
Yep.
Judge told me $30,000. I said, shit, I'm going to kill this bitch. First 48, here I come, goddamn. Like, ladies, understand what I'm saying. If you get with a man from ground zero and you build wealth together, success, pain, tears, struggle together, well, then you deserve half. But some of these women get with these men that got 101 comma on their paycheck. And I'm old school. Fellas, if you got that kind of paper and you got a good woman in your corner, ride or die soldier, when you leave your house in the morning to face life and life whoop your ass, you come home and she rub your back, make you a hot plate, and make you feel relevant again, you're supposed to make sure your woman look good from scalp to cuticle. But ladies, don't get cocky along the way. Because I watch some of these shows like Real Housewives, and these chicks act like they had something to do with it. First of all, these dudes are already rich before they met you. They're rich. They chose you. They're rich. They have options. So if a man change your life and take you from fish sticks to lobster, that's wonderful. But never forget, picture you used to eat fish sticks. That's why it kill me, ladies, when some of y'all try to claim equality to a certain degree. It's not real. It's not honest. A woman, she get paid the same amount of money for doing the same job as a man. Absolutely. But ladies, be easy with that equality shit, because y'all like to manipulate that when it suits you. If you my girl and you scream equality, I need you to mean that. I need you to stay in your lane at all times. Otherwise, I'm going to put you to the test. If we sleep at night, somebody break in the house at 4 in the morning, don't look at me. I'm going to turn right back to you and go, you better get your equal ass up and handle this. This is the shit you've been waiting on your whole life. Show me, bitch. Show me. You downstairs in the kitchen tussling. I'm in the bed with the sheets to my neck. I hope she handled that ass whooping as equally as I would. Ladies, don't let that feminist shit get to your head. A relationship is like a team sport. I play my part, you play yours. Let's get this goddamn trophy together. Stop trying to be insane and do too much. It's unnecessary. Ladies, y'all don't ever have to fight for dick, ever. Dick to a woman is like faucet water. It's free. Ladies, you want to fuck a man head up? Go out on a date with him for the first time. And at the end of the night, be like, give me the dick.
Anyway.
He ain't gonna be like...
Anyway, you get the point.
Yeah, we're gonna have to...
No, it's okay. Truth fanatics, man. It's okay. It's all good.
Yeah, but, you know...
Yeah, you gotta keep
I
it
don't know,
safe.
man.
So nobody's afraid of commitment, man.
Alright, put language advisory last 5 minutes. Like that.
Nobody's afraid of commitment, man. Nobody's afraid of commitment. But
we're scared of divorce. Huh?
It's like a person can you can be in love with somebody and everything could be great, and then something happens and all of a sudden the person just like turns on you. You know, what's that phrase? Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned? You know?
Yeah.
Like
I've heard that.
You've heard that. You know, have you experienced it?
I mean, thank God. I mean, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've had a little bit of it thrown at me.
We know someone going through something. Won't say
the
name.
Yeah, that's someone wants to might possibly be on a podcast episode.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Really?
Yeah.
I mean, given that he can't...
But there's a few people who want to do the podcast. He's one of
really?
them.
What about our DJ friend? Does he want to do the podcast?
I don't think so, but he does enjoy listening.
Oh, okay. Who are the other people that want to...
We'll discuss it off air.
Okay. I'm surprised that he wants to because you told me he seems like kind of aloof about many things.
I don't know. He wants to see what happens. Why not?
Yeah, sure. By the way, we got to get Paul on. I forgot about Paul.
Yeah, you call him.
I'm going to call Paul. Call Paul.
Yeah, let's do it. I guess
next week.
I'll be back tomorrow night. So either tomorrow night or the night after.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
All right, cool then.
All right, sir. Once again.
Hi, little G.
Little. I ain't the little Marco.
No, it's like, it's the opposite. It's like, you call like the guy with black hair, you call him Blondie.
Oh, okay.
The big guy, you call him Tiny.
Okay.
So listen. All right, you know what? Let's wrap this up.
Yeah.
And then I'll call you private.
Alrighty.
I got to tell you some crazy stuff.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, then.
All right, sir.
Bye-bye.
Peace out.